Hey everybody. Playing Metal Gear Solid. Good times.
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by next-generation special forces, being led by members of Foxhound.
You know, this game gets a lot of credit for a lot of things it did, but one thing that was really ahead of its time compared to its contemporaries was the use of subtitles.
Not met within 24 hours.
I don't think it gets enough
launch
credit.
A nuclear weapon. You'll have two mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and the president of Armstech, Kenneth Baker. Both are being held as hostages. Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike and stop them if they do.
When was the last time I played this?
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
Earlier this year, I think.
We'll launch a one-man
I
SDV.
think I did a short stream of it.
After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim. High-Tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
Why do I keep thinking that I'm with Special Operations
Foxhound.
Foxhound?
Terrorist activity. Psycho Mattis with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, a beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake.
Liquid!
The man with the same codename as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes, this is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official
Hey,
support.
Ninja. How you doing, buddy? Good thing you're here for this. Would have been very disappointed otherwise. Yeah, the game's only just started. We've not missed any of the good stuff. And now I'm gonna play all of the VR missions. I'm lying to you, we're not playing the VR missions. We're going straight into the game. Normal mode, because I can do normal mode. Metal Gear Solid. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do all of this today, but I'm damn sure going to try.
I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
Thank you, Ninja. So I said yesterday, I'm very confident that gameplay-wise I can have this done in 3 hours, if that.
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me?
The primary issue is really just the cutscenes and codec
Looks like the elevator in the
conversations.
back is the only way up.
Just as I expected. You'll have to take the elevator to the surface.
Gives me plenty of time to do nothing but read chat, though.
If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
Got it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Alright, let's do this. Set it to digital and it always reverts back to analog. See, we did Twin Snakes late last year, actually, on the stream. And it was the first time I'd done it in years. My biggest takeaway from it, as far as voice acting goes, was it felt like everybody was less interested. Like, everybody. Yeah, crap. And the footprints will lead right over here. Dude wasn't following the footprints. That's actually pretty good. You know, that might be true, because the points I'm thinking of specifically are in codec conversations. Like, everybody in the codec conversations sounds less interested. Nothing else for me to do but wait. Oh yeah, how so? There we go. Okay, it's going to turn right, and then it's going to head down. See you later, fuckers. Thank you. The general thing I usually do when I play through MGS is I don't kill anybody who you don't have to kill. Which means we're talking all the bosses and the several enemy encounters. How you doing, Clem? It's like, you got the encounter after the DARPA chief, and then I think after that it's the encounter on the elevator in the communications tower, and then after that is the elevator going down towards the frozen warehouse. You gonna be joining in today, or are you gonna be lurking again? Everybody got the stuff sorted? And everything okay on your end? I feel like that sounded kind of accusatory and it really wasn't supposed to. Oh. Oh yeah, it's a Saturday and you normally stream
Front
on
of the disposal
Saturday.
facility.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it.
I think it's my tone of voice more than anything else. Like, words combined with tone of voice,
Take it
I'm
easy, I'm grateful.
not very
Word for your
vocally
suit and your shot
expressive.
would have turned into a
I have been
popsicle right there.
accused in the past of sounding sarcastic 100%
All
of the
of the
time.
genome soldiers in this exercise are using it.
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Already tested.
It's not just that she sounds more upbeat, the accent I do think adds something. Because in the remake, both Naomi Hunt and Mei Ling have lost their accents. Well, that's good. Lack of property damage is always good.
Behind D. Colonel,
Hopefully this playthrough will
what's a Russian gunship
cheer you up
doing
even
here?
more. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I am actually capable of playing Metal Gear Solid.
Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed.
Yeah. You know what? I'm glad that is something that got you pumped. I said to Ninja earlier, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do all of it in one sitting, but I am going to try.
There are only 18 hours left until their deadline. You've got to hurry.
Wow, you must be crazy to fly a hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Who's that?
Oh, sorry. I haven't introduced you to yet. This is Mei Ling.
I appreciate you
She's assigned
deciding
as
to
our
spend your time watching me,
processing
Clem.
specialist. She designed your codec, as
And
well
just
as the
generally
Shaun
hanging
radar
out.
system. Contact her if you have any questions about either of them.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself.
I hope we can get this done today. My big concern is codec calls and cutscenes.
Nothing.
Because that's
I
like a
just didn't
good
expect a world-class
70%
designer
or so of the
military
game.
Technology to be so cute.
You're just flattering me.
No, I'm serious. Well, I know I won't be bored for the next 18 hours.
We'll say though, one thing I do quite like
I can't
about
believe I'm being hit on by the famous
streaming
solid
on
Snake.
days
But,
outside the
I'm
regular
surprised.
schedule
You're very frank for a trained killer.
is
Looks
not
like
being
we both
tied to
have
the
a lot
starting
learn
time.
about each other.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to learning about
Yeah, we're
the
getting
man
some
behind
frame rate
everything.
issues on
But
the stream.
first, let me explain about your solar time
That's
radar
fun.
system. The bright dot in the middle is you, Snake. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Be careful, Snake.
Hopefully it'll even out in a
Genome
few minutes.
soldiers have highly developed senses of hearing and vision.
But I
due to
suppose
their
this is a peak
barrier.
time, isn't it?
Make sure you don't let them see.
Saturday evening.
First, I want you to infiltrate the disposal site and look for the DARPA chief.
The DARPA chief was injected with the same GPS.
Hopefully it'll
transmitter
even out before we hit
machines as you.
anything
He
of
should appear
actual
on the
interest.
radar as a green dot.
Get whatever information you can from him about the terrorists. If he's alive, that is.
Snake, your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it.
Yes, it gets jammed easily, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful.
We'll be monitoring your movements by radar, so contact us by codec anytime you want.
Got it. I'll call if I'm feeling lonely.
Seriously, Snake, we're here to back you up, so call if you need some information or advice. I'm also in charge of your mission data. Contact me if
That's
you want
good.
me to record your current status. My frequency is 140.96. It's a dedicated frequency for saving
That
data.
seems good.
Don't forget it.
Remember, except for your binoculars,
Unfortunately,
you're
the frame
naked.
rate doesn't.
You need to arm yourself with whatever weapons you can find.
I remember. First, I'm strip searched by Dr. Naomi here, and then all my weapons are taken away. Imagine yourself put in that position.
Well, if you make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you do a strip search on me.
I'll hold you to that, Doctor. By the way,
Oh, it's
sorry to
getting worse.
disappoint you, but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach. Thanks to the shot you gave me that suppressed my stomach acids.
Cigarettes? How are those going to help you?
You never know.
If you want to get in, there's the front door. It's the fastest way, but there's too much risk of being spotted by the enemy.
I can't just knock on the door and ask them to let me in. There's one sentry on the left and one on the right. They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
What about the air duct near the door? There should also be a duct on the second floor.
I can't see it from here.
I'll let you decide the best COA. I'm counting on you, Snake.
Alright, so that's the end of that cutscene. Just restarting the stream in the hopes that it will work. In case you're wondering what's going on the YouTube playback. It's been a while since we had an issue with this. Come on. Come on, do your work. Okay, we seem to be back now. And it's looking a little better. Alright. Everything looking better for you guys? I'm gonna put the profile picture back on. Awesome. And move this back up here. Picture back. I'm just gonna put the picture back. Feels like a lot of empty space otherwise. And you know what? I want to edit the size of the chat box, but that can be done in the next cutscene. Alright, let's go. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Surveillance camera. Alright, let's go. So, my hope for this playthrough is 0 alarms outside of necessary ones. Hopefully that'll work out. Dude over there, he's asleep. Forgot about that guy turning around. No, because boss battles put the radar in a state of alert. I'm not entirely sure of how the end results count it. Because you're technically in alert during boss encounters and mandatory encounters.
Camera?
That was probably unnecessary. There, he's coming this way. Yeah, like the encounter after the DARPA chief, which is mandatory. The radar lists it as a state of alert. I don't know if the endgame results count that. It's particularly unnecessary because this is a side street that's actually fairly short. Alright, there we go. Go. Do 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 do. I call that a successful infiltration. This game has analog support, but honestly, the analog support doesn't feel great.
Snake, this is McDonald Miller. It's been a long time.
During boss battles, I always switch back to the
I
D-pad.
quit being a drill instructor, so I moved out here for some peace and quiet. I'm in retirement, just like you. Once in a while, I still help train the
Test
Alaskan
this.
Scouts.
Passing on the skills to a new generation, huh?
Campbell told me about the situation.
Yeah, seems good.
I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Well, I know lots about survival in a harsh environment. I've lived in Alaska longer than you, so call me if you have any questions about the flora or fauna out here. My
Something we're not going to be doing.
141.80.
But Master Miller has a lot of weird and unnecessary advice. Largely relating to how to actually live in Alaska and useful tips for moving quietly and stuff like that. Weird stuff.
I moved the DARPA chief to the cell in the first floor basement.
First floor
What about the
placement.
vent shaft cleaning?
They just opened the vent covers. They're about to start spraying for rats.
First floor basement ventilation shaft.
Shut those covers as soon as they're done spraying. Also, keep your eye on that woman in the cell. Don't get careless now.
Woman in the cell?
You know, there's the potential of that being a two-part cutscene, and I'm not entirely sure what triggers the second part. Alright. To the left. This is arguably the easier way into the facility anyway. But it's worth going this way because it also means you're not going out of your way to pick up the thermal goggles. There we go.
What was that noise?
Like, you don't grab these here, and you wait until after you see the DARPA chief, then this door is closed and it's locked with a level 4 lock. And there isn't a point after this where it's convenient to get them. You don't need them, but they make things easier. Alright, come on, come on, come on. At this point, this is just my path. It's not necessary to have the thermal goggles from Mantis, and honestly, I forget about when I pick them up, I don't think about using them for Mantis. I'll use them in the Mantis fight, but that's because I have them. When I pick them up, it's not for Mantis. It's because it's easier to see where claymores are. No, that's wrong. It's because it's easier to see lasers. It's the best way to see the lasers. In particular, the airlock corridor.
Is that a woman? Not him.
Anything after that's just kind of a bonus. Well, we're like half an hour in, and now I can sit down and take a well-needed rest. Because this cutscene is going to be like 10 minutes long. I like that you have another option with the cigarettes. I prefer not to use them, but I like that there's another option that you will have.
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
Instead of it being a case of you find the thing or you're screwed.
You don't look like one of them. In that case, hurry up and get me out of here.
Slow down. Don't worry. First, I want some information about the terrorists.
Terrorists?
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuke?
A
What are you
nuke?
talking about?
The terrorists are threatening the White House. They say if they don't accede to their demands, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
Sweet Jesus.
Is it possible?
It's possible.
Sweet Jesus.
Could launch a nuke.
How do they plan to launch? I thought this place was just for keeping the dismantled warheads. They shouldn't have access to a missile.
What I'm about to tell you is classified information.
A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the Earth. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Metal
Metal
Gear.
Gear. It can't be. You knew?
You knew?
Metal Gear is one of the most
Gear is one of
secret black projects. How could you know that?
How did you know that?
We've had a couple of run-ins in the past.
Next week on Games I
So
Played
that's
Too
the
Much
reason
in
we're
My
here at this
Youth.
disposal site?
Why else would I come to a godforsaken place like this?
I had heard the Metal Gear project was scrapped.
On the contrary.
We'll take a look at Castlevania Symphony of the Night, where I can recite almost every conversation
We're going
verbatim,
to use this exercise as raw data and then proceed to mass production.
but especially the first conversation.
If it hadn't been for the revolution,
Revolution?
Rex has fallen into the hands of terrorists.
Rex?
Metal Gear Rex. The code name for the new Metal Gear prototype. They're probably
Rex,
finished.
the code name for the best Metal Gear.
Rex. These guys are pros.
10 out of 10 with Metal Gear again.
Handling and equipping weapons.
Hey! Shut up in there, will ya?
Okay.
But I thought that all nuclear warheads were equipped with safety measures. Some kind of detonation code that you have to input.
Oh, you mean PAL? Yes, of course, there is a PAL. It's set up so that you need to input 2 different passwords in order to launch the device.
There are 2 passwords?
2 passwords.
Yes, Baker knows one, and I know one.
Baker.
Baker, the president of Arms Tech.
That's right. Each of us needs to input our password, or there can be no launch.
Launch.
But they found out my password.
Your password.
Talked.
Psycho Mantis can read people's minds. You can't resist.
Psycho Mantis.
one of the members of Foxhound. He has psychic powers.
This is bad.
It's just a matter of time before they get Baker's too.
If they find out Baker's password...
Yes, they'll be able to launch a nuke anytime. But there is a way to stop the launch.
What?
The card keys.
Card keys?
So what would you
Designed
guys
by
say your
Armstrong
favorite Metal Gear
System
Solid is?
developers as an emergency override. Even without the passwords, you can just insert the card keys and engage the safety lock.
And if I do that?
Yes. You can stop the launch.
Yeah, 3 is really good.
That card key.
If there's,
So where are the
there are
keys?
several problems with this. While
Baker
the
should have them.
singular story
Listen, you need
does really
3
work
card
well,
keys. There are
I
3
feel
different
it's archaic design in some areas, but more particularly some of its bullshit design towards the end really dragged it down. Yeah, I've not played 4 in a very long time.
somewhere in the second floor basement.
Second floor
Look forward to
basement.
playing it again someday.
I heard the guards say they moved him to an area that has a lot of electronic jamming.
Any other clues?
Yes, they cemented over the entrances, but didn't have enough time to paint them. Why don't you look for the areas where the walls are a different color? Here, take this. It's my ID card. It'll
I
open
like this
any
game,
level of
and
security.
there's a lot to like about
It's
it,
called
and
Pad. It works together with your body's own electrical.
it's a very important game
area
in
network, huh?
video game history.
It transmits data using the salts in your body as the transmission medium.
However, there are problems with it, and we'll get into
You
those.
approach the door's security
Because you know I
devices
like complaining.
and read the data stored in the card.
And the doors will open automatically. Gotcha.
I can understand the love for the
Okay.
first game.
I'm gonna get you out
Definitely.
of here.
Wait a minute.
What is
That's
it?
the question. I'm sat here thinking, is like, would I say
I
1?
haven't heard any other way to disarm the pal.
Would I
have you?
say 2?
You
Because
bought the
2
green
definitely
one?
plays better.
Are you sure you haven't heard anything?
I just said no.
So does the White House plan to give in to the terrorists' demands?
That's their problem.
Did Metal Gear Solid
It has
1 get
nothing to do with
the
my
flawed
orders.
recessive genes, or was that
What
MGS2?
about the Pentagon?
Pentagon. What is it?
It's the thing, like, MGS2 plays really well. But it deliberately apes the first game, which is deliberate, but it's still, in a lot of ways, a repeat of the first game. And I feel like the story is too meta for its own good. And in the end, nothing is really solved in MGS2.
Dead.
And one thing I just undeniably despise about MGS2
Naomi,
is how much of it
What
is just
happened?
codec conversations.
I don't know. It looked like a heart attack, but
A heart attack? No,
Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
absolutely not. Snake, you've
So that's
got
the thing,
to
like, going back
understand.
to what we
This zone is
said
security
yesterday,
level red.
Metal Gear
You
Solid
need the
2 is a
highest security
brilliantly
clearance to
quotable
get
game,
access to the complete file.
but how good is its story on its
Charge of
own?
this op, but you don't have complete access to the file?
I told you, the Secretary of Defense is in operational control. I'm just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to debate. Get out of there and find President Baker.
Oh boy. I feel like we're gonna have some fun with this. It looked like a heart attack. No, Naomi, how could you see what it looked like? I think a big part of that is, like, MGS1 is, I'd say, second to that with MGS3. And I think a big part of that is the two of them work as standalone stories.
Don't move.
MGS2 and MGS4 suffer from being shackled to the rest of the series
So you
to
will
really
cheat,
get anything in the story.
bastard.
MGS3 has the little hints and nods, but it works on its own.
Liquid,
And the themes of the story about
don't move.
loyalty and what it actually
This is the first
means
time you ever pointed a gun at a
is
person.
actually pretty
Your
interestingly
hands are
told.
shaking.
Well, they kind of are.
You rookie.
Careful. I'm no rookie.
Liar. That nervous glance. That scared look in your eyes.
I would say though, like specifically writing-wise, I think the first game's the best, and I think it's largely down to translation.
I told you I'm no
I think the English script in this game is better than the English script in any of the other games.
Open that door.
I can't speak for the
You got a
Japanese
card,
script.
don't you?
Why?
So we can get the hell out of here.
Looks like we'll be a little delayed. What are you doing? Don't think. Shoot!
See, alert. Okay, don't know why you suddenly aimed over there.
What are you waiting for? Shoot!
Don't talk to me like a rookie.
I'm telling you, shoot! Good work, Meryl. See, that's interesting because I think of it that way after having played all of them. It's not a decision I came to because of nostalgia or even all that long ago. That should be it. There we go. I think a big part of it is this game hit it big in a way nobody was expecting. And after that, Hideo Kojima got a lot more creative control. And that's something that got worse as the series went on.
Who are you?
But my thought is that with the first game, he didn't have a huge amount of control over the English side.
You've killed him! I'm sorry, sir.
His mental shielding was
Localizer for this game, the translation effort is credited specifically to Jeremy Blaustein, who previously did the translation for Castlevania Symphony of the Night, a game which I think gets undue hate or criticism for its translation. Because while the voice acting itself has problems, the script and just general localization of the game is fantastic and adds a lot of extra depth. And I think the same's true of this. From what I've heard, there's one line specifically that Kojima demanded stay the same in the English version. And if you're paying attention, you can pick out what that line is, because it feels tonally weird with everything else. Everything else works
I
as
just had some kind of hallucination. Is it
a
from the
somewhat
nanomachines?
serious
No, Snake. The nanomachines are functioning properly.
espionage game with
Must have
a
been psychometric interference coming from Psychomantis.
plot littered with
Perhaps
betrayals and
Think
intrigue
of
and
it as a
suspicion.
mental feedback loop.
So that was Mantis.
Like, with its weird little moments, sure, but still. And then there's one line that happens that just feels really weird. Hey, Amanda. Get those bullets. And if you can't think of what that line is, I'll wait until it happens, and then if I remember, I'll mention it afterwards. But I'll mention it a little bit afterwards so you can try and think of which line it'd be. Now, if you can point out what line you think it is, you go with that. See, this is why I fell down the pit in the remake, because in the original, you walk over them, and then it closes back up. I'm doing okay. How you doing, Amanda? Alright, grab all of the stuff. But specifically I want the C4, which is this room, I think. There we go. Well, we got video games to play. Hopefully that'll cheer you up, Manda. Video games can always be fun for taking your mind off things. And then, 1, 2, 3. Want the stun grenades, and I definitely want the chaff. There we go. You know, one day I might sit down and do one of the Pokemon spin-offs. Specifically spin-offs because the main series bores me. Ranger was Ranger was decent enough. The second Ranger game really improved that though, so that was nice. And of course, there's Pokemon Snap. Oh hey, the president of Armstead, Kenneth Baker.
Am I too late? He's alive. You're the Armstech president, Kenneth Baker, right? Don't worry, I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it.
C4.
And now everybody's favorite character.
Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man. So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound.
That's why I keep thinking the line Special Operations Foxhound.
I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake.
Alright, Lee Van Cleef.
Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves.
You think it's weird that there were 2 high-profile PlayStation games that came out in 1998 that both had a Colt Single Action Army in them?
Draw!
Play that funky music.
Draw!
Alright.
Hiding won't help you. I understand the bullets you see. I make them go where I want.
God damn it. There we go.
I love to reload.
I'd argue like none of the bosses in MGS1 are particularly fun.
Into a well-greased chamber. All right, I'm alive.
Like you think about Metal Gear Solid and you think fun boss battles. I'd argue that really started with 2. There are gimmicks to these fights that create a sense of possible interest. But I'd definitely argue, like, the fights themselves aren't that interesting.
You better hurry up. The old man's not gonna last too long.
Okay, well, I could have done with aiming in the right direction.
Don't you want to settle this?
There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do... I would not want to do this game on Extreme. Largely just because I'm not that interested, I guess. But that's the thing. Like, I could imagine doing MGS2 on Extreme, possibly 3, because the mechanics are there.
But to you,
It's a case of being good at the mechanics. With this one, I would argue otherwise. You can be good at the mechanics, but the mechanics aren't refined enough that you're still going to get held back in some way. Which is why I don't like that your rating is tied to how many rations you've used. That said, if you remember when I played the remake, and my strategy for this fight was to sit in one area and just aim at Ocelot in first person. Remake didn't do so good with this fight.
good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same code as the boss. It's been a long time.
Alright,
since
people,
I
get
had
your
such a
puns
good
ready.
fight, but I'm just getting warmed up. What?
Yeah, I guess that's what they call a farewell to arms. You're out there, Ocelot, you need a hand? Ooh, good work surviving that, Ocelot. Round of applause.
Stealth camouflage. Can't you even die right? You were lucky. We'll meet again. Who are you? I like you. I have no name.
So I enjoyed Twin Snakes when I was younger, but having grown older and I suppose a more mature taste for cinematics, I guess, I feel like the cinematography and just stylings of the original work better in often a case of less is more. Like the fight scene with the ninja in the cutscene here, in the remake, is completely pointless.
Who are you? I'm not one of them. The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Answer my question. What about your code? There's no time.
I talked.
What? Now the terrorists have both codes and can launch any time.
It's not like I didn't fight. I managed to resist Psycho Mantis's mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
Surgical implants.
Sega is currently negotiating with more platform holders to bring more games to more consoles and PC.
Top secret codes has it.
Even the DARPA
We
chief
might
knows,
see
of
more
course.
classic
But the DARPA
SMT and
chief
Persona
said
games
Mantis
on
got his
current
code by
consoles
reading
soon.
mind.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Nice.
I'm sure. In that case, how did they get your code?
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
It looks like he had some fun with you, all right.
Oh, he's not human. I tell you, he loved every second of it.
What happened to your arm?
He broke it.
Looks like you're more than even now. His was sliced off.
Ha, you're a funny man. So the chief, is he okay?
Dead.
No, he's dead.
Can't be. No, that's not what you promised, Jim. Now you want to shut
No, my
me
name's
up.
Dave.
Calm down. What's wrong with you? I just told you I was here to save you. I didn't kill the DARPA chief.
You know what? That's a fair point. I haven't decided on what ending to go for. What ending do you guys think? Submit to the torture or resist?
Codes now.
Those boys are totally insane. They wouldn't hesitate to launch.
I agree. But what
I'm not particularly bothered either way,
Maybe
and
they're like
I
us
can
in the
go
arms
either.
industry, always looking forward to the next good war.
Well, I'm not gonna let these maniacs start a war today. You still have the card keys?
Card keys?
God keys.
Who override the detonation code? I heard you had them.
No, not anymore.
What? Who does then? Not the terrorists.
No, that woman.
Woman? Who?
A soldier that was thrown in prison along with me.
A female soldier. It must be.
She said she had just joined up as a new recruit. They threw her in prison because she refused to take part in the rebellion.
A new recruit? Could that be the Colonel's niece?
Well, I guess we're not going to ride off into the sunset with Otacon then.
Looks like she managed to break out of here, though. I hope she's okay.
I'm sure she is. She's green, but as tough as they come. But how did you know she escaped?
I was in contact with her by codec. Until I was tied up here.
No sweet love scene between bros.
Yes, she stole it from the guard. If she still has it, you should be able to contact her.
I'm sure she still has it. What frequency was she at?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, it's...
So everybody knows about this.
Sorry.
The infamous codec frequency on the back of the CD case.
Oh, that's right. It should be on the back of the CD case. Try to contact her.
I'll contact her right away. But tell me, if this doesn't work, is there some other way to prevent the missile launch?
You need to find Hal Emmerich, one of my employees.
Who's that?
The team leader of the Metal Gear Rex project. A genius at engineering, but a little bit of an oddball.
A little
If there's
bit.
anyone who can figure out how to stop Metal Gear from launching, it's him.
What if he can't come up with anything?
You'll have to destroy it. Emmerich knows how to destroy Metal Gear.
It's simple, you shoot it until it blows up.
He's probably being held somewhere in the nuclear warhead storage building. It's north from here. That's where he worked.
I understand, but why Metal Gear? The nuclear age ended
Yeah, why
with
not
the turn of the
Peace
millennium.
Walker or the Shagohod?
The threat of nuclear war isn't gone. In fact, it's greater than it's ever been. The amount of spent nuclear fuel and plutonium is increasing even today. Listen, have you ever seen a warehouse full of nuclear material?
No.
Drums and drums of nuclear waste stacked this
I wonder.
as far as you can see. Because there's still no real way to dispose of the stuff.
We could always shoot it into the sun.
Pretend like it'll go away.
Essentially, yes. And they're not even doing a good job of storing.
That's how Goku dealt
Many
with
the
all of his
drums are
problems.
corroded, with nuclear waste seeping out of them.
Unbelievable.
Not only that, but several pounds of muff are reported every year.
Muff?
It stands for material unaccounted for. It
I feel like there's got to be a
proves
better way of
large,
referring to it than
well-organized
muff.
black market in nuclear materials. Furthermore, since the end of the Cold War, Russian nuclear engineers in particular are out of work with no way to turn.
Yeah, Goku deals with all his problems by throwing them into the sun. Why don't we shoot all our nukes into the sun?
Scientists for making a bomb.
What's going to happen? We're going to create
We live in an
nuclear
age
man?
when any small country can have a nuclear weapons program.
If you get that reference, I can assure you have watched too many movies.
Still maintain a significant nuclear presence. Complete nuclear disarmament is an impossibility. To maintain our own policy of deterrence, we need a weapon of overwhelming power.
What about a big gun? Like, no one that fires nukes just like fires really big bullets.
You know our industry suffered quite a blow as a result of the cuts in military budgets due to this so-called peace.
I remember hearing a lot about mergers and takeovers among the big weapons makers.
Yes, and after my company lost their bid to produce the Air Force's next line of fighter jet, the Metal Gear system was our last ace in the hole. That's why we pushed to have Metal Gear developed as a black project.
Black project?
Secret projects paid for by the Pentagon's black budget. You can avoid a lot of red tape and get a great lead time on your weapons production. And no one can bother you. Not even those bleeding heart liberals on the Military Oversight Committee.
Fucking liberals stopping us from building weapons of mass destruction that can't be detected by radar.
Bribes.
I prefer to think of
Just want
it
to
as
build a
business.
giant nuclear equipped
Anyway,
walking
Metal
battle
Gear is
tank.
going
What's
to
so
be
wrong about that?
adopted after the results of this exercise were analyzed.
I want to point it right at Russia.
Your company.
Yes, that's about what I'd expect from a grunt like you. Here, this is what you came for, right?
What's that?
An optical disc. It's all here.
Yeah.
The main hard drive was destroyed by gunfire. This is the only remaining copy of the data.
What kind of data?
All the data collected from this exercise.
Well, this looks very important. I should conceal it in my bum.
I know you were sent to get this. I hid it from
Get
that
it
sadistic
right up there.
maniac while he
They'll
was
never find it
torturing
there.
me. They don't know this disc exists. Make sure you report this to Jim. To your boss. I'll give you my card too. It'll open up all security level 2 doors.
Well, this is cooled down.
Can you walk?
No. No, you go on without me. They got my password. They don't
But here's the
want
fun
anything
thing,
else
like, this
from me.
game is very anti-nuclear, but the nuclear deterrence theory, I think, is one of the most fascinatingly believable ideas. I think anybody has ever come up with.
Soldier.
Why don't we shoot nukes at the other country? Well, because they'll be able to detect them and they'll shoot nukes back at us.
She knows better than I.
We'll just end up killing each other, none of us will survive.
You've got to
And
stop
so
them.
we don't shoot nukes.
If it goes public, my company
It's
and I
like,
are finished.
What? Doesn't Metal Gear
Thank
use
God for
any
human
existing
nature.
technology?
Metal Gear itself does, but... What did you do to me? Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Those Pentagon bastards. So, they actually went in.
Well, imagine
Talking about.
They're just using you.
just how worse the Cold War would have gotten without the threat of nuclear retaliation. Well, this thing, like,
What the hell?
the Cold War probably would have escalated further than it did if not for the threat of, like, mutual destruction.
Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
I have no
And if there's one thing you can always rely on from politicians, it's cowardice
There are lots of
and
drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses.
what's the word?
For example,
Self-preservation.
potassium chloride or dioxides, but we won't be able to tell without doing an autopsy.
Damn.
Snake, I want you and Meryl to work together.
Can I trust her?
More than you can trust me. Get in contact with her.
Snake, there's a lot of electrical interference coming from there. It should be okay if you do burst transmission like us, but normal transmission is probably impossible. Try moving away from that area.
Snake,
All right.
get a hold of yourself.
Naomi, what the hell was that ninja thing? A member of Foxhound?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, we have no one like that in our unit.
Is that right?
Snake, I'm counting on you.
Yeah, no, we totally don't have anybody like that in our unit. We have a Russian who loves spaghetti westerns and thinks he's a cowboy. We have a... a Sioux shaman who doesn't feel cold and possibly has mystic abilities. We have an actual, honest-to-God psychic with telepathic and telekinetic abilities, but we don't have a cyborg ninja. I don't know why I'm grabbing this, I don't intend to use it. You know what, Klim, you're right. I want a cyborg ninja on the team by tomorrow morning. You know, I think the coolest machine gun in the series is probably the P90 that Solidus uses in MGS2. That's a P90, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's a P90. The big problem with the FAMAS is you'd think the best place to use it would be boss battles. But the problem with that idea is a boss takes one hit and then goes into an invincibility state. So if you're playing the downloaded version from PSN, you go into the software manual, and there's Meryl's codec frequency.
Who are you?
I was really
I'm
impressed
Batman.
with the way you busted yourself out of there.
The one from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece.
Well, at this point, I just
Meryl.
memorized the codec frequency. But in case nobody knew how to do it on the digital version, it's right there.
Fool that your uncle sent all
That
alone
said, not a big
this
deal
whole
these
mess.
days, because you can just look it
came
up.
by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army?
I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know?
How do you know my uncle?
We go
We played
way
bridge
back.
together.
What's your name?
My name's not important.
Aha. Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what
That's what some people call
The
me.
legendary Solid Snake? You? sorry about before. I wasn't sure if you were one of the
Sorry
good guys.
about that, babe.
I knew you were.
How?
It's
I
your
thought you were
eyes.
one of them.
My eyes.
They're not soldiers' eyes.
What's going on in this base?
Right.
Hold on.
No, they're beautiful.
I ain't got a clue,
compassionate
darling. By the time I noticed something was wrong, the entire base was overtaken by genome soldiers.
Trying to sweep me off my feet?
eyes. Don't worry, you'll land back
But
on
don't
once
you worry, girlie.
The reality is no
I'm
match
keeping
for
a
the
close
legend
eye on
of Fred.
things.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Why did you look so surprised when you saw my face?
Because you look just like him.
I think that's largely down to the Yoji Shinkawa, I think, did the art.
I have no family.
So what's the deal then?
Who knows? Why don't you ask him? But first, I
Well,
want
yeah,
some
when you
information.
can't see the
You were
hair.
involved in this exercise
The
before,
hair,
didn't
I
you?
think,
What
is a
exactly
holdover
happened here?
from either Police Notes or Snatcher,
I was captured along with
where
President
Meryl
Baker
as a
right
character
after the
first
terrorist
appeared and
attack.
she was reused in
Okay,
this.
But what is this place? I don't think it's just a nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Boy, oh
Pretty sure
boy,
that's
it's
where
just
the
like
Foxhound
that.
tattoo
Nobody
comes from
told
as
you
well.
Anything, did they? Okay. You see, this place isn't really for disposing nuclear weapons.
They
This
kept the
base is
hairstyle in
being
MGS4.
operated by a dummy corporation of arms tech.
This is a civilian base?
Right, for the development of Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces were called here for the test launching of a dummy nuclear warhead.
Why Foxhound?
Because they're a special ops group used to handling top secret missions. They figured they could help keep it all hush-hush.
But we must have fired nuclear warheads before. Why just this time?
I heard it was because this was to be a final test before the formal adoption of the Metal Gear.
Maybe Meryl's hairstyle is a specific thing, like how one of the reasons you can hear for why Batman has a
I'm not
cape
sure. I was captured with President Baker.
is
right
that it
after
creates a
the
larger
start.
silhouette that makes it harder for
That's when he gave you the
criminals to
detonation
shoot
code
him,
override keys, right?
like directly.
That's right.
Amazing you were able to keep him hidden from the guards.
Because like, what's Batman
Women
and
have
what's
more
the
hiding
cape?
places than men. Anyway.
Maybe it's the
you know
same
Baker,
idea with
huh?
Meryl's
How's
hairstyle.
he holding up?
He's dead.
The silhouette is big enough that you can't quite
Heart
tell
attack.
where her hair
Same
is,
for Darby.
where her hair ends and the
She
head
died
begins.
from a heart attack too?
Yeah. Was either of them sick or anything?
No, not that I heard of.
Well, I don't believe in coincidences. Something funny's going on.
Sounds like it, but I have no idea what.
Me neither. Yet. Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean
I
Dr.
want to do Snatcher and Police
Yes.
Notes at some
Is he
point.
still alive?
Probably. He should be in the research lab
I
in
wanna
the
do Call
second
of
floor
Cthulhu
basement
as
of the
well.
nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Second floor basement.
Yeah, that's where his lab is. I think they're forcing him to work on the nuclear
I'm just thinking,
launch
I should just
program.
start playing games
So
on my
they'll
own.
need him alive until that's done
Yeah,
anyway.
again.
Then we better do
I've been going
something
through
before
World
he
End
finishes.
Syndrome, and
Right.
I've gotten
In case we can't
3 of the
override the
endings.
detonation code in time,
4
I
of the
need to ask him
endings.
how to destroy Metal Gear.
You plan to take
And I
that
have,
thing
I
on
think,
by yourself,
3 more to
Snake?
get.
It won't be the first
But I've not
time.
played in a little while.
What's the best way to get to the building where the doctor is being held?
There's a cargo door on the first floor of this.
If there's
building
one thing that I
leads to
really
the north.
appreciate about
What's the
MGS2,
security level of the
it's
door?
that it added a fast forward button to
5.
codec
And
calls.
it's okay. I've got a level 5
It's
code.
like MGS1 not letting
I've gotta go
you
save the
skip
doctor.
codec calls.
You
You want to
should
skip
go.
it, you have to
I'm going
keep
with you.
mashing the button
No
to go
way.
past each
You're
individual
still too
line.
green. I want
But
you to hide
MGS2
somewhere.
introducing the thing where you just press the button,
Oh,
and
yes,
it's like
you
fast
are.
forward through all of it was great for
You
replays.
pause for just 1 second in front of your enemy and it's all over. Good luck doesn't last forever.
I don't know what happened. I just couldn't pull the trigger right away. I never had any problems in training, but when I thought about my bullets tearing through those soldiers' bodies, I hesitated.
Shooting at targets and shooting at living, breathing people are different.
Ever since I
Yeah,
was a little
targets
girl,
aren't gonna
I've
leave
always
families
dreamed
behind.
about being a soldier. Every day of my life, I've trained my mind and body for the one day when I could finally see some real action. And now,
So what now? You want to quit?
I can't quit. I can't allow myself to quit now.
Meryl, Everybody
Do-do-do-do-do.
feels sick the first time they kill someone. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it. In a war, all of
You know, there's
mankind's
one
worst
little
emotions,
touch there that I
worst
like,
traits come
and
out.
it's the
It's
use
easy
of
to
the
forget
word
what a sin is in the middle of
unfortunately.
a battlefield.
But
I
this
like
isn't a
Snake's
war.
characterization in
It's
this
a
game
terrorist
as
action.
a
You're just a
reluctant
little jumpy from
soldier.
the combat high. The adrenaline in your bloodstream is starting to thin out. Just take it easy.
But I learned all about combat high at the academy.
We'll talk about it later. For now, just think about keeping yourself alive.
If I get out of here alive, I'll think about that other stuff.
Okay, let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out of my way.
You're a real bastard. Just like my uncle said.
Huh, I told you. The real me is no match for the legend.
It looks like you were right.
I mean, hell, going off the legend with Solid Snake, you'd assume he's a walking penis with a bandana around the hammer.
We'll link up after I grab the doctor. Then we'll take care of the detonation code override.
Gotcha. But listen, I know this area better than you. Call me if you have any questions.
I feel like somebody's made a flash animation of that.
After I open up the cargo door, I'll contact you.
Alright, so we got some time to waste. So... Where's that guy going? Alright, let's go. Come on, quick. That's not quick enough. Okay, dude's on the other side of the tank. And let's go get the SOCOM suppressor. Don't mind me. And now we're gonna just literally stand here. Did anybody bring their Yu-Gi-Oh deck?
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Thanks. Where are you?
Well, I can see ya.
Don't move around too much.
Don't worry, I'm disguised in this enemy uniform.
Do you think it would have been a good thing or a bad thing if they'd ever actually explained how the codec works?
Listen, Snake, the cargo door is like an airlock. It's equipped with infrared sensors. Be careful. If an intruder is sensed, gas is released.
Gas?
Okay, so we'll meet at the nuclear warhead storage building.
Wait, you said you'd stay put and be a good girl.
I changed my mind.
I lied.
Don't get careless. That's when things always turn sour.
Sorry, but this is
Hey
the
Sully,
only way
remember when I
can
said
figure
I'd
out
stay
whether or
put and
not
be a
I
good
cut
girl?
out to be a soldier.
That's right, Meryl,
Gotta get
you
my
did.
hands dirty.
I lied.
These guys are professionals. You're gonna get yourself killed.
See you there.
Gas. Now let's do this. There you go. So much easier with the thermal goggles. Thank you, thank you. I'll be here all week. Gonna grab these, use them later. If you didn't get the thermal goggles earlier on, the other room upstairs that you can't get into at the start, you can get into now. And that has the mine detector in it. That's how you're supposed to see those. The warning that they're there is that codec call, that's Deep Throat.
Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will
The
not let
Ravens?
you pass.
Send him a message. That's right. You belong on the ground. You should crawl on the ground like the snake you are.
Nice.
Come, let's fight.
Alright, so the trick here is start with chaff grenades. Let's go. That allows us to get close, otherwise we get shot by the main cannon. Yeah, that's not good enough. If you do it right, you can do this fight in 2 grenades. But it requires you to land both grenades inside the cockpit. Okay. Don't let him get too far. I think that went in. There we go.
See how you like that?
Round 2. That was not on top of me. Okay. Shit. Where that grenade took so long to blow up? Nah, that's not good enough. On. Gonna be honest, I was actually a little worried during that fight. Yeah, I only had the 1 ration.
Well, boss, I hope you are happy. He got the card.
We'll play with him a little longer.
You would be wise not to underestimate him.
What did you think of him?
He is just as you said. In battle, he is as if possessed by a demon, much like you. I would expect.
There's actually an interesting thing where most of the Twin Snakes cut scenes over the top and make Snake look like over the top badass. The shot the tank takes at him before the fight makes Snake look worse than it does in this. Because in this, like, the shot happens, Snake dives out of the way. And like, the force of the explosion sends him sliding back along the ground. In the remake, he takes the shot pretty much head on and is knocked back into the door, and it looks way less cool.
Yes, the raven on
Kind of a weird disconnect.
thirsts for his blood.
Anyway, more health. There we go. Everybody's favorite building. We're like almost an hour and a half into this. Still so far to go. You know, admit, this irritated the hell out of me the first time I did this.
Use weapons in that area.
I've already programmed the nanomachine so that he won't be able to, Colonel.
You're not doing too bad. I'm glad I didn't die there.
Forgotten. That's where they keep the
Like,
nuclear
if anything,
warheads.
that is the main thing I'm happy about.
There's lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Yes, they're all dismantled warheads.
They just leave them here? It's like President Baker said. Totally careless.
They're working on a limited budget. They try to put on a pretty face for the media, but this is the grim reality of it. Nastasha knows lots more about it than I do. Her frequency
next up is the ninja with any luck, like ninja, psychomantis.
Mechanisms removed, so there's no fear of them exploding. But if the warheads
With
are broken,
any luck, by the time we hit 3 hours, we'll be climbing the communication tower.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
All of them? That's right, Snake. All of them. But yeah, another hour and a half. Hope to be inside the communications tower. But we do have a bunch of cutscenes to get through. There is... You're able to use chaff grenades here. In the remake, I think you can't. But the remake also has the weird thing of, I'm pretty sure you can't use tranks. The tranquilizers. Which is particularly weird for this area. Yep, you know, gotta be careful. Those trank darts that can't destroy a camera might puncture the nuclear containment devices. There we go. So we go down to B1 first. Level 3 card. Grab the Nikita. I want to get out of here before the other guy comes back. Awesome. Fun fact, if you double tap an elevator button, the elevator will arrive instantly. Pro tips from your buddy Mecha Chrono. Also, a little thing that not a lot of people are aware of. You can't interact with him like that, but you can see him. It's kind of neat. Works for all the elevators in this game. I don't know if it works in the remake, but it works for all the elevators in this game. Which I suppose really is just 2 elevators. The elevator in the communications tower is very much a cutscene thing.
Snake, watch out. That place is filled with gas. Also, the floor is electrified.
Yes.
First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Yes.
Remote-controlled missile.
Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Never mind about that.
You're not
So there's the
using burst
fun
transmission.
fact
Are you nearby?
that the
Who are you
ninja
anyway?
and
One of your fans.
the DARPA chief have the same voice actor. And for the most part, you probably wouldn't be able to tell because the ninja does put on a different voice. Like, to begin with, he has the filtering over the voice. Like the robotic filter. And then when you see him with the mask open, he's got a very raspy voice, so you probably couldn't tell they're the same voice actor. Which makes it weird that when he calls you on the codec, that he's just using what is basically the same voice as the DARPA chief. Yeah. If you look on the door, it says Hal's Lab, keep out. Yeah, like, specifically, with the way they do it in the cutscenes, whenever you meet the ninja,
It looks like they were cut by some type of blade.
like, you'd never know they're the same voice, which makes it particularly weird that they don't use, like, even the voice without the filter, because, like, the voice he has at the end when the mask is open still doesn't sound like the DARPA chief. It's all kind of raspy and stuff. It's like, what was the line? It's like, Fox! A name for a long time ago! It sounds better than Deep Throat! And it's like, you know what, that's very hard to identify as the same voice as the DARPA chief. Why not have that be the voice on the codec? I usually don't spoil stuff like this when we play stuff, even if I've played it before.
Stealth camouflage? Who are you?
For the people who haven't. But at this point, if you haven't played Metal Gear Solid, I assume you have no interest in playing Metal Gear Solid.
What next?
It's not like it's a series that has managed to fly under anybody's radar.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting.
Plus, we've done this game enough that I really just don't want to bother with not spoiling stuff.
Friend, I am back from a world where such words are meaningless. I've removed all obstacles. Now you and I will battle to the death.
What do you want?
I've waited a long time for
It's the same story.
Now I want to
Actually, the thing they recast, I think specifically the ninja
These guys?
in Twin Snakes.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
I've come from another world to do battle with you.
There's nothing wrong with playing Twin Snakes, though. As its own game, it's fine.
A fight to the death with you. Only in that can my soul find.
Although it probably would have been a good idea if they could, if they expanded on the environment design a little. As it is, you're literally playing MGS1 with MGS2's gameplay.
He can watch from inside there.
And the idea like that, like not improving the environments to match, feels kind of like a fan remake rather than an actual remake. It's weird.
Make me feel alive again.
Alright, here we go.
Good. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his...
I don't really enjoy the melee fights in the series until like Metal Gear Solid 3. MGS3 added more to it with its CQC system. I feel like the hitboxes on the melee attacks are kind of awkward. And it's really irritating how sometimes you just won't land the full combo. Yeah, no, the music... I'd forgotten about that. The music is definitely worse in Twin Snakes. I remember commenting on that, actually, during the Twin Snakes stream. Like, with this being such a classic theme and everything, they replaced it. It's like, why? Alright, we're about halfway. There we go. Yeah, when it comes down to it, this fight I don't think is great, but it's fairly inoffensive.
That's good, Snake.
The big problem, because the melee system isn't great to begin with. The big problem is during the liquid fight when there's a time limit and a very specific condition for winning the fight. In Twin Snakes, they kept all the voice actors. They added an extra one for the ninja. Alright, there you are. Welcome to the stream, Skeeter. I'd argue MGS2's melee combat also isn't great. There you are. No, Mei Ling is definitely voiced by the same voice actress, Debbie Mae West. No, it's not. Debbie Mae West is Meryl's. It's Kim My Guest. I always get those two names confused. But it's definitely the same voice actress. She just drops the accent. It's the same with Naomi Hunter. Same voice actress, she just dropped the accent. Yeah, look it up. She came back in Metal Gear Solid 4 doing the same voice without the accent.
Do you remember, Snake? The feel of battle, the clashing of bone and sinew.
That's an interesting point. But it's pretty rare to hit him with, like, say, the second and third hits of the combo rather than just the first. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the only voice actor that was changed for the remake... I was far enough away from that. The only voice actor that was changed for the remake was Grey Fox's. It's like the, in this, it's the same voice actor who does the DARPA chief. But in the remake, the DARPA chief still has the same voice actor, but they changed Grey Fox's. I've never noticed that, Clem. I'm gonna be honest with you, Skeeter, I don't know and it's bothered me.
Can't be.
That did actually really frustrate me that I took damage there.
What? Not again. What's happening?
Yeah, you'd think I was far enough. It's one thing that really bothers me about this fight conceptually, that you can be right at the end, and say this is your first time you've had some trouble with it. You're right at the end, you've basically won, and then that happens and kills you. Like, that entire idea irritates me. There's a similar idea with Castlevania Rondo of Blood.
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
I think almost every boss, after you deplete all the health, has a desperation attack that it can hit you with.
Died, but he didn't.
What?
But that won't kill you. It exists primarily to try and cheat you out of the no damage bonus for the boss fight.
I never heard
Except for one time, I think by stage 5, that one can actually kill you. But by that point, you've done 4 bosses, all of which have had a desperation attack. You should probably be ready for it.
He was killed in an explosion in his lab 2 years ago.
So what about this soldier?
I love Rondo of Blood, it's such a
For
good
their
game.
test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar.
And that was Gray Fox.
But he was already dead.
Yes. But they revived him. They fitted him with a prototype exoskeleton and kept him drugged for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything.
Oh no, I mean, you sound kind of personally
That's the
against
sickest
that.
thing I ever heard.
They used him to test all sorts of gene therapy techniques.
Naomi, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
Because it's confidential information.
Is that the only reason?
Naomi, what happened to Gray Fox after that?
Yeah.
The record says he died in the explosion.
I see. But even if that ninja is Gray Fox, the question is, why?
From what I could tell, he didn't know who he was.
Are you saying that he's just a mindless robot?
I'm not sure, but he seems intent on fighting me to the death. We'll meet again. I know it.
So you'll fight again? Until you
Okay.
I'd rather not. But maybe that's what he wants.
So, fun fact, the cutscene that follows this, the anime cutscenes they have in this sequence are taken from Police Notes. Poster of it on the wall there behind Snake. The previous game Hideo Kojima did before this. The remake, Twin Snakes, replaces those anime cutscenes with anime cutscenes from Zone of the Enders, the second runner. Another Hideo Kojima game. Came out on the PS2.
Your uniform is different than theirs.
You're the Metal Gear Chief Engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me?
Sorry, but no.
No, the people I was sent to rescue were all dead. So I'm not rescuing anybody now.
Well, at least you're not one of them.
Huh. Are you hurt?
No, I peed my pants, so I'm walking in a way that I'm trying to keep my pants from actually touching my legs. Because they still have pee on them.
I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Liar. I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Nuclear?
No, it's not a walking deathmobile. It's a walking battle tank.
Launch a nuclear missile. You telling me you didn't know?
They're gonna put a dismantled warhead into Metal Gear's TMD missile module?
Wrong. From the beginning, the purpose of this exercise was to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability using a dummy nuclear warhead. The terrorists are just continuing the work you started.
No, you're wrong.
I heard it directly from your boss, Baker.
No. A nuclear missile on Rex?
So you really didn't know?
No.
Nope, he's an idiot.
All the armament was built by a
Damn
separate
fool.
department, and the president personally supervised the final assembly of the main unit.
President Baker?
Yeah. I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah.
A
It uses
railgun?
magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it in a joint venture between Arms Tech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on his back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles?
Yeah, but that's not all I think.
There's an interesting thing
If
with
Metal Gear
this
fired
of
only
how
standard nuclear missiles, then they should already have all the practical data they need.
the way this scene looks is dependent entirely on how the fight's gone. Because Grey Fox can destroy everything in the lab, he could
Metal
destroy
Gear's
nothing, he could destroy
co-developer, Rivermore National
bits.
Labs was working on a new type of nuclear weapon. They were using Nova and
And
NIF
it's
laser
reflected in the
nuclear
following
fusion
cutscene, that's kind of
testing
interesting.
and supercomputers.
You'd think it would revert
developed
back
a
to
new
some
type of nuclear
pre-designed
weapon
state,
we are testing
where it's
right
like, oh, afterwards everything is
Yes,
destroyed.
You can't use virtual data on a battlefield.
But
You
it
would need
doesn't.
Actual launch data.
Fun fact,
These are some of the
Rivermore National
supercomputers.
Labs is a
With
mistranslation,
these,
it's
you can
supposed to be
test everything in a
Livermore,
virtual environment, but
which
it's
is
all
an
just
actual
theoretical.
location.
So this exercise was designed to test the real thing.
What did our president do? If the terrorists launched that thing... Damn.
Yep.
Damn.
Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory is a federal research facility in Livermore, California.
The truth is... My
Though to be fair, knowing the
grandfather
Japanese to English penchant for the lack of L's and R's, Rivermore sounds more reasonable, so like it's understandable.
My father... He was born on August 6th, 1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb. God's got a sense of humor, all right.
3 generations of Emmerich men. We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA. I used to think that I could use science to help mankind. But the one that wound up getting used was me. Using science to help mankind, it's just in the movies.
That's enough crying. Pull yourself together. Where is Metal Gear? Where on this base are they keeping it?
Rex is in the underground maintenance base.
Where's that?
North of the communications tower, but it's a long way there.
The emergency override system for the detonation code is there too?
Yeah, in the maintenance base control room. You'd better hurry. If they were planning a launch from the start, then their ballistic program is probably finished. And since they haven't called for me in a few hours, they must not need me. In other words, they must be ready to launch.
Meryl's got the detonation code override keys. We'll link up with her.
I
If we
wonder.
can't override the launch, we'll have to destroy Rex.
I think it's neat that even like after all the advancements you get in MGS2 and beyond,
I'll show you the way.
especially with Ray being the
that leg of
anti-Metal
yours,
Gear
you'll just
Metal
slow me
Gear,
down.
the Rex is still
You'll
the
need me if
toughest
you're gonna
Metal
destroy
Gear.
Rex.
I don't need
Like, that's
you.
awesome.
I just need your brain.
I created Rex. It's my right, my duty to destroy him.
If you get a chance, try to escape. When the coast is clear, I'll contact you by codec.
How am I supposed to escape from an island?
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere and keep me informed. You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this. it's the same stealth technology as the Ninja. Foxhound was going to use them, but...
Yeah, I'll definitely agree. 4 has problems.
Bad leg and all.
Good.
But there are specific moments I remember that were so awesome. And the Rex versus Ray fight is definitely up there.
Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no!
There they are. Get them.
Meryl, what happened?
Oh, that worked.
Something's wrong.
Did you hear something? Wasn't that some kind of music?
How can you hear over my codec call?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists.
I don't know if I'd say that's green. More of a...
She had such a cute way of walking.
Sepia.
She kind of wiggles her behind.
You were really looking.
Well, she's got a very cute behind.
Way of walking, huh?
If she's disguised as the enemy, you'll have to contact her when she's alone, huh?
Yep, I'll have to make very sure to let her know that I know who she is. And that I'm around in the right place. Be a very difficult mission, but I am willing to overtake it. Undertake it, undertake it.
You're not in pain, are you?
Huh?
You feel okay? Nothing bothering you?
What's wrong? Getting all friendly all of a sudden.
No, nothing. I'm glad you're okay.
You're strange.
I'm a little nervous. Everyone else I've saved suddenly dies.
You're bad luck.
Forget it, Doctor.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention. And Otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation.
Let's spend another 5 minutes in this cutscene to explain that.
Make bipedal robots. They're still the best in the field of robotics.
Is that unnecessary? Probably.
Cartoons played some part in that.
One day I'm gonna play Police Notes.
I didn't get into science to make nuclear weapons, you know.
That's what all scientists say.
I became a scientist because I wanted to make robots like the ones in the Japanese
You're
animes.
feeling okay? Get away from me.
It's true.
Just sounds like a childish excuse to me.
You're right.
Wait, one day I really am gonna play Police Notes.
Science
And
has
it'll be
always
great.
thrived on war. Greatest weapons of mass destruction were created by scientists.
Hopefully, I hope
who
it'll
wanted
be
to be
great.
famous. But that's all over now.
More.
I won't take part in murder
More.
Whatever. All I want from you is information.
Sure. I know everything about this whole base. Ask me anything about Rex or about this place. Also, with this stealth camouflage, I can sneak in and out of the armory and mess hall. If you need ammo or rations, just tell me and I'll bring them to you. I'm on frequency 141.12. See you later.
Why is he leaving before me? Alright. Take a quick look at the PlayStation. This is what a PlayStation looks like on the PlayStation. Alright, let's go. I want that ration. Now let's grab the ration. The controller's amazing. Oh, look at that. Ugh. I think the single most advanced model in this generation of consoles comes from Mario Tennis on Nintendo 64. The Toad model on the main menu is so unbelievably detailed for the era. That is crazy. That's like, I think something like maybe 4 times the number of polygons as Mario's model does in Mario 64. Does it work though, Ninja? I feel like it's one of those things where if you weren't told that it was supposed to be a PlayStation controller, you probably wouldn't know. Do. Alright, let's go see Meryl. You found Meryl. Looks like a VCR. You're not wrong.
Don't move.
And after that stunning, like, 2 minutes of gameplay, we're back to a series of cutscenes.
That's the second time I've been able to sneak up on the legendary Solid Snake.
You're Meryl? There's no way you could pass for a man for long.
What do you mean? Hey, men aren't allowed in here.
I had no idea.
You don't know that.
This is no time to try and hit on me.
How many other women are there on this base? This is a big bathroom for one woman, Meryl.
Besides, it's a waste of time. When I joined up, they gave me psychotherapy to
Well,
destroy my
hello,
interest in
nurse.
Smart mouth. You're Meryl, all right. Are you hurt?
Not yet. After all, I was disguised as a genome soldier.
So why'd you change? You'd be a lot better off dressed like one of them.
I got tired of disguising myself. The truth is, the uniform smelled like blood.
What's that mark?
Huh? Oh, this? It's a paint tattoo. It's not real. I was a fan of Foxhound way back, and guys like you and my uncle were in it. None of that gene therapy like there is today. You guys were real heroes.
There are no heroes in war. All the heroes I know are either dead or in prison. One or the other.
But Snake, you're a hero, aren't you?
I'm just a man who's good
Am I a
at what he
hero?
does. Killing.
I don't know.
There's no winning or losing for a mercenary. The only winners in war are the people.
That's right, and you fight for the people.
I've never fought for anyone but myself. I've got no purpose in life, no ultimate goal.
Come on.
It's only when I'm cheating death on the battlefield. The only time I feel truly alive.
Seeing other people die makes you feel alive, huh? You love war and don't want it to stop? Is it the same with all great soldiers throughout history?
Why didn't you contact me?
My code.
I fight because it gives me a solid
Can
snake.
you just be happy we met up like this? How did you recognize me in disguise?
I never forget a lady.
So there's something you like about me, huh?
Yeah, you've got a great butt.
Oh, I see. First it's my eyes, now it's my butt. What's next?
On the battlefield, you never think about what's next.
You ever think about what's next beyond the next bullet?
So Snake, how are the negotiations going?
No progress.
So it's all up to you, huh?
Somebody's got to stop them from launching a nuclear missile.
There are two ways. Either we destroy Metal Gear, or...
we override the detonation code. You got the card keys from Baker?
Card keys? You mean this?
Ninja.
Where are the others? There should be 3 keys.
This is all I've got.
Where could the other
I didn't say
be?
stop.
I have no idea, but they must be somewhere. If we can't find them, we'll have no choice but to destroy Metal Gear.
Metal Gear is in an underground
I didn't say you could put pants on, Meryl.
Me too. I know this place better than you do.
You'll just slow me down. You don't have enough battle experience.
I won't slow you down, I promise.
And what if you do?
Then you can shoot me.
Okay.
I don't like to waste bullets.
Nah, I don't like to waste bullets. I'll
Got
just snap your neck.
I'll be careful. You know, I don't use makeup the way other women do. I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror. I've always despised that.
You ever fought a giant robot before? You ever fought a giant monkey
I
robot?
always dreamed of becoming a soldier. But I was
Have you ever fought a giant spider robot?
It wasn't really my dream.
Giant spider robots, Meryl.
My
They're everywhere.
father. He was killed in action when I was younger.
You wanted to
They're coming for me.
father's footsteps?
No, I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
I thought that if I became a soldier, I could understand him better.
So are you a soldier yet?
I thought I was until today, but now I understand. The truth is, I was just afraid of looking at myself, afraid of having to make my
I was
own
afraid of
decisions
looking
in
at
life.
myself
But I'm not gonna
because
lie
my
to myself
model
anymore.
is so low
It's
poly.
time I took a long, hard look at myself. I want to know who I am, what I'm capable of. I want to know why
The fact
I've
that
lived the
this
way I've
entire
lived until
game
now. I want
was
to
rendered,
know.
like all the cutscenes were rendered in engine in 1998 was astounding.
Yeah.
This isn't a training exercise. Our lives are
I
riding
think it
on
works
this.
though. It creates a
There are no
sense of
heroes or
cohesion and
heroines.
consistency.
If you lose, you're worm food.
Yeah.
Is that FAMAS functional?
Unfortunately, it's out of ammo.
That's fine. I've got plenty of ammo because I'm not going to use the
Found it in
FAMAS.
armory. It's a .50 caliber Action Express. There was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this.
Well, to be fair, 4 also has her
Isn't that gun
having
really big for a
survived
girl?
this game.
Don't worry, I can handle it.
Come on, use my 45.
Listen, I've used a gun like this since I was 8 years old. I'm more
I
comfortable
think the
with it than I am
weirdest
with a
thing
Glock.
is, like, Ford decides that Mei Ling is going to be the captain of a
If we're
Navy
gonna go to the
warship.
north, we'll have to go through the commander's room on this floor. The overland route is blocked by glaciers.
I feel like Ford just goes in really weird directions with
The door to the
everybody's
commander's
character.
room is security level
Snake is
5.
old now.
This card will
Meryl
open it.
leads a
It was inside the
military
pocket of the
unit.
uniform I was wearing.
A military commando unit. Meryl captains a warship. The colonel's just older. Otacon is a cyborg ninja now.
Okay, let's go. I know this place better than you. I'll be point man. Follow me.
I say I kind of meant Raiden.
That's strange. There's no guard.
Otacon and Snake are a gay couple and have adopted a kid
I'll
together.
keep a lookout. Make sure you're ready, okay?
Now let's go get some gear. Cardboard box B. Level 6. Easy palm. Ooh, night vision goggles. Yeah, I meant Raiden. I misspoke. We'll get to MGS4 at some point. Hopefully we won't have any issues with it. I've not played it in years.
Oh, it
My
hurts.
disc has just been sat on the shelf for years.
Don't come here, Snake.
Are you okay?
So we're gonna do the roulette now, the raffle. Take your guesses on what save games Mantis is gonna reference.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah, I did it once when I got a PS3, and then like a couple of years later I started it again, but only finished the first chapter. So I've not done it all the way through more than once. A big part of the problem is just its length. It's part of the reason why I've not done MGS3 as much, either. Because it's just such a long game. You okay, lady?
Snake, how do you like me?
What the?
Do you like me? Hold me, Snake.
What's wrong?
Oh, hurry, hurry. Make love to me. Oh, Snake.
Yeah, I've only fought the end twice. Every other time, I've just fought the Ocelot unit. Don't do that. I kill him in the wheelchair and then fight the Ocelot unit. Or sneak past the Ocelot unit.
I hope that's not your only trick.
You
So I'm playing this on PS3, so we're using the DualShock 3, so we will get the rumble.
I will show you why I am the most powerful practitioner of psychokinesis and telepathy in the world.
I feel like these days it's rarer to see the cutscene that you get, little variation when you don't have a save file from another Konami game. I feel like most people who play this probably have a save of Symphony of the Night on the memory card. You could argue that killing him in the wheelchair makes the entire encounter harder. Like, you could argue sneaking past the Ocelot unit is harder. In the Japanese version, if you have a save of both Police Notice and the PlayStation version of Snatcher, you get a bonus message from Hideo Kojima.
You are extremely careful of traps. You are either very cautious, or you are a coward. Still don't believe me? Now I'll read more deeply into your soul.
Alright.
I can see into your mind. So, you like Suikoden?
Yep.
You like Castlevania, don't you?
Yep.
You have not said it often. You are somewhat reckless. I can read you like an open book. You still don't believe me? I will show you my psychokinetic power. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, Mantis.
Now I will move your controller by the power of my will alone.
Fun fact, I do in fact like Suikoden.
What do you think now? Can you feel my power now? The demonstration is over.
Alright, let's do this. Anyway. Hey, right, you tricky little bitch. Oh, yeah. What am I thinking? How could I forget? I guess I got caught up in other stuff, Ninja. Yeah, there is. It requires you to die. And at that point, the Colonel will say, like, what if you destroy the statues? But for it to actually come up as a suggestion, you have to actually die. Destroying the statues is kind of awkward. It requires you to use the Nikita launcher. The Twin Snakes makes the whole thing way worse. Because to actually do it, it requires you to, like, you switch your controller. And it's like, okay, cool, it's working. But then it'll be like, put it in the second controller port. It's like, cool. But then it'll start reading that partway into the fight. Put it in the third controller port, then it'll start reading that partway into the fight. So eventually you just have to put it in the fourth controller port. To completely avoid that, just put it in the fourth controller port from the start.
Why couldn't I read your mind?
I think that worked.
You are powerful indeed, but I know your weak
You know,
point.
I think about Metal Gear Solid 4, and the main thing I think about that I really didn't like is the Mantis fight. The screaming Mantis fight.
Stop! Meryl!
No! It cannot be! No!
Anyway. I have enough ammo for this? Or am I going to have to switch weapons at some point? You know, I might have enough. If I don't miss. Alright. You can punch him, but like we started the fight off with that, and like the amount of health it takes off is kind of worthless. I ended on a punch for you, Clem. There you go.
Colonel, your niece is going to be okay.
I'm pretty sure the gun does more.
I owe you one.
But the problem I have, like, try to use the FAMAS on this, you can't aim it. You have, like, you go into aiming, it's just always full auto.
For Campbell's sake, or maybe it's because you like her.
So I want to use the SOCOM.
I don't want to see any woman die right.
Niece will be okay for the next 5 minutes.
Since when did anybody's death bother you so much?
Naomi, it's true that Snake has killed a lot of people, but that doesn't mean
Naomi, it's true that Snake has killed a lot of people, and that he may have been, like, a solid Snake when he did it. That doesn't make him a monster.
So, you used the other... I wasn't able to read the future.
A strong man doesn't need to read the future. He makes his own.
Perhaps so.
I think one thing that is good about Metal Gear Solid, and was definitely expanded as the series went on, is there's some variety in the methods available to you.
You have to go through that hidden door.
Like, if you want to punch him works. I'd argue it's probably harder than using the gun, but it'll work.
Frozen glaciers. Go past the communication towers. And use the tower's walkway.
Why are you telling me this?
I can read people's minds. In my lifetime, I have read the past.
Glad it's cooled down now.
Futures of thousands upon thousands of men and women.
Oh, gross.
And each
Good work.
that
Good work,
I
Meryl.
peered into was stuffed with the same single object of obsession. That selfish and atavistic desire to pass on one seed. It was enough to make me sick. Every living thing on this planet exists to mindlessly pass on their DNA. We're designed that way. And that's why there is war. But you...
Well, that's because she's not professional.
You're the same as us. We have no past, no future.
I think it's one thing that makes Snake's character particularly interesting in this. His depiction is a purely professional character, for the most part.
Weren't designed to bring each other happiness. From the moment we're thrown into this world.
Like, personal feelings don't enter into it for Snake for a considerable amount of time.
Pain and misery.
And a lot of the people it kills is entirely because of professionalism.
Was my father's. I saw nothing but disgust.
Yeah, he harbors no hatred for Mantis.
My mother died in childbirth.
Which is kind of surprising, considering Mantis it could be justified for.
I thought my father was going to kill me.
I think it reaches the peak in Sniper Wolfenstein cutscene.
When my future disappeared. I lost my
Which is part of the reason why I love that cutscene so much.
When I came to, the village was engulfed in flames.
Are you saying that you burned your village down to bury your past?
I see that you have suffered the same trauma. We are truly the same, you and I. The world is a more interesting place with people like you in it. I never agreed with the boss's revolution. His dreams of world conquest do not interest me. I just wanted an excuse to kill as many people as I could.
You monster.
Let him talk.
So, who watched the Justice League movie?
I've seen true evil. You, Snake. You're just like the boss. No, you're worse. Compared to you, I'm not so bad.
Yeah.
I read her mind as well.
Meryl's?
No. No.
I saw you there.
The news popping up about the Snyder Cut. As if it's gonna make it any better.
A large place. But
It's like, yeah, no, here's a fun thing though. Zack Snyder previously directed 2 Superman movies, and let's be fair, neither of them were great.
Okay.
Like this.
That's the diplomatic way of putting it, neither of them were great.
Force their way into my mind.
Seeing Zack Snyder's true vision of Justice League doesn't sound any better.
Alone in my own world. I'll open the door for you.
I'm gonna end up watching it. I'm gonna have to.
Go through that door.
Gonna have to complain about it.
This is the first time I've ever.
Who knows, maybe it'll do some things right. But I doubt it.
It's strange. It feels kind of nice.
Oh, did you guys see the official reveal that Rocksteady's new game is a Suicide Squad game? And they're gonna show proper details on the 22nd.
Let's go, Meryl.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not gonna be worth it.
Meryl?
How could I let Mantis control my mind like that?
If you're gonna doubt yourself, I'll leave you here.
You're right.
Never doubt yourself. Just
I'm
let
wondering
it
how
make
that's
you
gonna go.
stronger. Learn something from it.
You're right.
Jansen,
I'm
how
sorry.
you doing, buddy?
I won't do it again. Snake, can I ask you something?
What?
About
I wonder
what
who, like,
Mantis-
who it'll let you play as. And for the love of God, I hope
wondering.
it doesn't
What?
have Harley
Problem
Quinn in it.
now.
Oh,
I'm so tired of Harley as a character.
so tell me, Snake,
She's so
your name?
overdone at this point.
your real name.
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
How old are you?
I'm
Old
doing
enough to
pretty
know what
good.
death looks like.
It started cooling
Any
down
family?
now, so it's a very
No,
manageable
but I was raised
temperature,
by
so
many
that's
people.
nice.
Is there anyone you like?
I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
I would say Boomerang played by Jai Courtney is an underrated part of that movie.
Other people just complicate.
Like, everybody's all like, "Oh, Will Smith was pretty good and Margot Robbie was pretty good." And it's like,
Lonely man.
yeah.
Come on, let's go.
Will Smith was better than I expected, but he still wasn't what I was hoping for. And what was I hoping for? I was hoping for Deadshot to just be a ruthless killer, like he's supposed to be. Was he? No. Why not? Because he was played by Will Smith. As for Margot Robbie as Harley, yeah, she was fine. But again, I'm just sick of Harley. She's in everything. Just missed Psycho Mantis. I'll be honest with you, Chansum, it wasn't all that interesting. Although we did get the Suikoden reference because I have a Suikoden save file on my memory card.
Wolf dogs. Half wolf, half husky.
How do you know so much?
I ride dog sleds. I'm a
Wonder
mushroom.
Woman was pretty good. And, like, let me explain to you the moment I was sold on Wonder Woman as a movie when I was watching it. It was when Wonder Woman and the guy she's with are in the trenches. And they're like, "You can't go out there, Wonder Woman, it's too dangerous. It's no man's land." And Wonder Woman's like, "I'm fucking Wonder Woman, yo." And she climbs out, and a German soldier shoots her, and she knocks it out of the way with a bracelet, and then proceeds to charge across no man's land, blocking bullets with a bracelet. It's like, great, I'm actually watching a superhero movie, where a superhero does heroic things.
Snake, what's
Yeah, that's a fair point. The save files that are mentioned on the remake, I think, are Mario Sunshine, I know Smash Brothers is, and I know Eternal Darkness is. What was James Cameron's problem with it? Because I actually don't know. Yeah, my big thing with it is pretty much entirely that it was a superhero doing superhero stuff. There was no ambiguity about it. There was a sheer joy to Wonder Woman being a superhero and leading people as a superhero. And it's like, I'm really tired of all these superhero movies that have come out over the past decade or so that are really kind of like, do we want to be a superhero though?
And since we can't use the mine detector either...
Leave it to me.
Why? Because it wasn't Vasquez? Or it wasn't Sarah Connor? It wasn't a woman who was portrayed as excessively masculine to prove how cool women are? I love Terminator 2, but Sarah Connor could have been a man in that movie and it would have made no difference.
So, what do you think? Pretty good, huh?
It's not that that's a bad thing, but it's also not particularly great representation.
I was able to see where the mines were placed. Are you impressed?
I don't know, is that what I want to say? I'm having a hard time thinking about how I want to put it. Like, Wonder Woman is very clearly a woman, on top of everything that she does.
What is it?
And you can argue that you can write women as just anything, and you don't need a role specifically written for a woman. And that can be fine. And it can be. But if that's all you're gonna do, or if you're gonna have female characters who are hyper-masculine to compensate for being women, then I don't think you're making a good argument.
Snake.
And when I think of James Cameron's female characters, I think of Vasquez and Sarah Connor.
After all.
Don't worry, Meryl. It's me they want.
And Vasquez is over the top, sweary, hypermasculine, trying to hang with the boys. And Sarah Connor is girly until that is shown to be a weakness, at which point Sarah Connor is the way she is in Terminator 2.
Don't move.
I promised I wouldn't slow you down.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, if anybody has the right to maybe criticize any kind of portrayal of women in Wonder Woman, it wouldn't be James Cameron.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it. Snake, please save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people.
Yeah, like, back to the point, I hope Suicide Squad doesn't have Harley as a character in it. The Suicide Squad game that's been announced. There's so many more interesting characters you can do. Like, for the love of God, stop focusing on Batman characters.
Damn. Snake, it's a trap.
She goes through a bunch of character development,
The sniper's waiting for you to go and help Meryl.
mostly off screen between Terminator 1 and 2.
Don't do it.
Must be Sniper Wolf, Foxhound's best shooter.
Snipers usually work in pairs, but this one's alone, huh?
I know her.
If anything, if you just go off the character development she has in Terminator 1, it seems to be a case of mostly fear for her life until a point where she snaps and has a mental break. And that's where she ends up and stays in Terminator 2.
There's nowhere to hide between here and the tower. She must be on the second floor of the tower.
If Wolf is in the communications tower, she can see you perfectly. It's the classic sniper's position. At that distance, you won't be able to hit her with a sniper.
Like, specifically the moment that I'm thinking of is when they're in the factory at the end and Kyle can barely walk and she just kind of snaps like, "Get on your feet, soldier."
Thanks.
And like, at that point it feels like a snap rather than any growth or development. The weight of the situation that's been forced on her has caused her to
I'm
snap.
only interested in saving my own skin.
I wouldn't go that far, but
I don't know what the hell my genes look like, and I don't care. I operate on instinct.
like an animal.
I'm going to save Meryl. I don't need an excuse.
Okay.
And I'm not doing it for someone else either. I'm gonna save Meryl for myself. Colonel, don't worry.
Looking forward to Wonder Woman 2.
Thanks.
Largely because it's going to have Cheetah in it, and Cheetah's a pretty solid Wonder Woman villain. I feel like a lot of superheroes have that kind of problem. Of having a villain who can't really hang with the main character. Like, either that, or having a succession of villains that are basically the same villain. You know, like the Flash TV series, where every villain was just Reverse Flash. Because they couldn't figure out how to have somebody fight the Flash legitimately without being able to do everything the Flash can. And the only time anybody else is a threat is when Barry Allen's an idiot. Which has to be a lot, because the writing isn't very good. I feel like a big problem with the Flash TV series is they made him travel through time way too early. One of the weird disconnects in, like, the first season of The Flash, where it's like, okay, you're working on getting faster, and currently I think he hasn't actually broken the sound barrier yet. And somehow he's still able to run fast enough to travel through time with that. It's like, what? And traveling through time for the Flash has always been bullshit. But the entire excuse has always been that he's running really fast. And also, usually the cosmic treadmill is involved in some way. Maybe superheroes should just stick to cartoons. Ah, crap. Well, that was close. Fastest way back. But yeah, like, just having a villain in a superhero movie who can actually go toe-to-toe with the hero. It's part of the reason why I was excited for Man of Steel in the first place. Because the villain was Zod, and it meant we weren't going to be relying on kryptonite again to make Superman like have to go through any problems. Mishandled the fuck out of it. I'm gonna deny that. But the idea was good. It's why I like it whenever Superman goes up against Darkseid. Because Darkseid is interesting. He likes to have plots going on and stuff happening. But when it comes down to it, he is powerful enough to hand Superman his ass. And it's great. I like it. Yeah. Okay. We weren't climbing a ladder though, Ninja. One thing I'll say that I really don't like about this game's pacing is the game sends you all the way back here from the communications tower. And then after this, the game sends you all the way back here again. And that irritates the hell out of me, the fact that they do that twice. Ah, shit. I can't believe that guy didn't spot me. Honestly, I wouldn't even call it major backtracking, I'd call it padding. And like the worst kind of padding. There we are. On, do this right. Okay, good. Let's get out of here. It's like there's no real reason for it, and I'm glad that the remake gives you the option of, like... Why is he moving now? I'm glad that the remake gives you the option of, like, completely skipping this with the PSG 1T. And again later with the backtracking for the PAL keycard. The game's padded. It's not a long game to begin with, and it's padded. So another half hour is what I was hoping for to be in the communications tower. And that might not happen. They might have gone overboard with these. They've definitely gone overboard with these. Yep. You sure about that, Ninja? You sure about that? Yep, that's what I thought. It's like the room just before Metal Gear's hangar that's just loaded with gun cameras for some reason. And it's like, did you need this many? Crap. Oh well, I guess it killed enough time. Alright, back to where we were. Jansen, have you played the Shin Megami Tensei mobile game, DX2 Liberation? Ah. Open Sesame, there we go. Cardboard box A. Well, you saw it here first, folks. Dogs like anything they've peed on. Even wolves. Even wolves like anything they've peed on. If it's kind of dog, get something they've peed on and just hide inside of it. 6% of the time, it works every time. Anyway, thermal goggles, make sure there are no claymores here. I hope they've all despawned. There we go. Awesome. They don't own shit. Ever tell you guys how good I am at sniper battle? Okay, so that was clearly a head and they fucked me over. Crap. Not much time to do this then. You know, I think the hitboxes on this might be bullshit. Dive spam runs out. I'm gonna run to the other side and grab some of the ammo. Fuck off. Don't lie to me, that hit. Is it? That's weird, it shouldn't be. Nobody else noticed that? Why am I on this? I think the interesting thing with Diazepam is they completely replace it in MGS2 and onwards with Pentazemin. Punch, punch, punch. But actually, seem alright?
Snake, wouldn't now be a good time to save your mission? You haven't saved
That's
your
good to
mission in
know.
a long time anyway.
Made me a little worried there, Teak.
What's going on?
I'm not sure. I'm getting a bad feeling.
Bad feeling. Something you ate?
Okay, so Klim and Ninja both voted to resist the torture. Chance and Teak, what do you guys think?
Snake, it's all up to you.
Resist? Resist. Everybody wants to save Meryl today. Disappointed he had to use a ration there. X-Files, resist or serve. A surprisingly actually decent X-Files tie-in game.
Don't move!
For the PS2. It might have been on the Xbox as well. It's not amazing, but it's surprisingly good. Fun fact, the voice actor for Sniper Wolf, the voice actress, pseudonym of Julie Monroe. Her real name is Tasia Valenza. You may know her better as the voice of Poison Ivy from the Arkham series and Injustice 2.
A lady sniper, huh?
Didn't you know that 2/3 of the world's greatest assassins are women? Do you want to die now? Or after your female friend? Which will it be?
I'll die after I kill you.
Is that right? Well, at least you've got spirit. I am Sniper Wolf, and I always kill what I aim at. Oh, you're my special prey.
Cool story, bro.
Oh, I've left my mark on you. I won't forget it. Until I kill you. You're all I think about.
Take him away.
Don't kill me.
Alright, here's where it's gonna get interesting.
I want no more accidents like that. Don't.
Yes, he's my target.
How well can I pull this off? Well, in fact, not a lot of people know this, but this is actually a cutscene where you can move around.
He's tougher than I thought.
Do you know who I am? I always knew.
Look, I'm
that one
Clark.
day
You're known for voicing characters such as Leonardo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
mine. The man who stole my birthright. Me? I'm the man you stole everything good from. And now, after the sacrifice of our brothers, after 30 long years, finally, the two of us meet. The brother of light and the brother of dark.
Do you need his DNA too?
Yes. I want a sample while he's still alive. We need it to correct the Genome Soldier's mutations.
Then we'll be able to cure
I feel like
them.
the Genome Soldier's mutations is something that isn't gone over often enough. It's just kind of said like twice, and then dropped.
Have they given in to our demands yet?
Not yet.
They won't give in. They're all hypocrites, every one of them.
Is that your opinion as a Kurd?
They always put politics first.
That's right. That's why they want to avoid any leak about their precious new nuclear weapon.
Boss, it looks like our friend is awake.
You know, I wouldn't say you're wrong, Jansen, but I would also say Cam Clark does have a decent amount of vocal range.
There definitely is a resemblance, don't you think, little brother? Or should I say, big
I mean, I
brother?
wouldn't say he's as one note on the voice as Jennifer Hale is, because you can always tell when it's Jennifer Hale playing a character.
Sons of Big Boss.
You know what? I wouldn't use Troy Baker as an example.
Really? Then what?
Wait, are you using Troy Baker as an example of somebody who can do many voices, or somebody who only does one voice?
They're not responding to our demands.
And Jennifer
We
Hale,
launched the
it
first
feels
one in
like she
10
only really
hours as
does one
planned.
voice, but she does really well with the actual acting.
Looks like you read them wrong.
Something's funny. Normally the Americans are the first ones to the negotiating table. They must think they've got
You
something
see,
up their
my
sleeve.
example for a voice actor who has range was going to be Phil Lamar.
And ride it all the way into history.
I've got to take care of some launch preparations.
Yeah, you're not
You're
wrong.
in charge
Troy
here,
Baker's
Ocelot.
Joker was actually pretty good.
Wanna stay for the
I don't like
show?
Troy Baker as a person for various reasons, and I'm tired of seeing him in everything. But he's a very competent actor
So
with a
you
bunch of
prefer
range,
your
and his
wolves
Joker
to my
was pretty
show,
good.
huh?
Ocelot, don't screw up like you did with the chief.
Yes, I know. That was an accident. I
Yeah,
didn't
for
think a
range,
pixie
I would have said
like
Phil
him
Lamar.
would be so tough.
Well, his mental defenses were reinforced by hypnotherapy.
Characters voiced by Phil Lamar. You've got Vamp in MGS 2 and 4.
Some kind of lunatic.
Bastard took my
John Stewart, Green Lantern, in the Justice League cartoon.
Mantis is dead. We've also
Static
got to find
Shock,
out what killed
Static,
Baker and
Virgil
Octopus.
Hawkins in Static
We're
Shock.
short-handed, so make this little torture show of yours
Hermes in
as short as
Futurama, Samurai Jack.
This is an interrogation.
As you wish.
Ollie Williams from Family Guy.
Brother.
Like, Phil Lamar has range. I think Troy Baker is massively overdone.
Your woman is still in this world.
Beryl.
It was a recent thing that was very interesting. Of all the controversy going around The Last of Us 2. And I haven't paid much attention to any of it because I haven't played The Last of Us 2 and I'm not sure if I'm gonna yet.
Just the two of us. How are you
And
feeling?
as a result, I don't want it to be spoiled because I don't know if I care yet.
Bed of yours. Too bad I was sleeping alone.
And in response to criticism of the game, not criticism of his performance, criticism of the game, he does this smug little thing on Twitter, is like, I'm just going to leave this here. In response, you know, it wasn't even criticism of the game. Jason Schreier, formerly of Kotaku, who has done some pretty solid articles on abuse in the video game industry, which are worth looking into. Like, ignore the whole Kotaku problem and look at some of Jason Schreier's actual work, and he's done some really good exposés on crunch culture and just abuse in the video game industry.
There's no other data?
What do you mean?
There's no copy?
And Jason Schreier does a tweet unconnected to anything where he says video games are too long.
Wolf must have been
Troy
feeling
Baker
generous.
weirdly
He wanted to
smugly
stay that way. You better
tweets a response to this. I'm just going to leave this here, and leaves a quote from, I think it was a former president.
Trick.
It wasn't Lincoln, it might have been Roosevelt, about how critics shouldn't have the right to criticize.
We're going to play a game, Snake.
And it's like,
We'll find
what?
out what kind of man you really are. When the pain becomes too great to bear, just give up and your suffering will end. What if you do? The girl's life is mine. Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select
I was not
button
paying
to
attention, I didn't
submit.
realise that cutscene was over.
When your life reaches 0, the game is over.
Yeah, I heard the
There are
director
no
is having
continues,
issues with
my
any of the
friend.
criticism as well. Neil Druckmann, I
Don't
think it
even
is.
think about using auto fire, or I'll know. I'm going to run a high voltage electric current through your body.
People really need to stop sending death threats to women in any of the industries. Like, for fuck's sake.
You're a tough guy, Snake. But I've got some bad news for you. You're no POW. You're a hostage.
I don't care what Laura Bailey's actually done. And knowing Laura Bailey, she hasn't done anything wrong.
Starting to feel a little scared. Good. You should be. Okay. Let's get started. Okay, here we go.
Alright. Do this.
How did you like that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Shall we go
Everything
again?
I've heard about Laura Bailey says she's a decent person. And then again, I don't think it really matters if she is or not. Ah, shit, my thumb's cramping.
Had enough yet? We're not finished yet.
Well, one of the big differences with Twin Snakes as well is, in the original game, your health gradually increases with every boss you beat.
Take one more.
In Twin Snakes, it starts at the max. Yep, there goes my thumb. I've lost it.
You're a strong man.
Yeah.
Well, that's enough for now, I think.
There's gonna come a day where I won't be
You're
able to
the
do this
boss's
anymore.
brother, all right. Your brother, he's an amazing man. Who else could shoot down two F-16s?
Yeah, every time we beat a boss, the health bar increases.
The Infanterie project was not a total failure.
Yeah, hopefully the time between this and the next torture session will be enough for my thumb to recover from that. It's not that it's difficult, it's that you have like 4 of them in such short, like, such a short span. But yeah, like, beyond the issue of Laura Bailey getting death threats, why is Laura Bailey getting death threats and not, say, Troy Baker? Or Neil Druckmann?
Huh?
Why is it always the women involved that get death threats?
The DARPA chief?
You know, you may not be wrong there, Ninja.
What a stench.
It's like, hell, remember when The Last Jedi came out? And the person who received the brunt of abuse on social media and shit was Kelly Marie Tran. It's like, yeah, Rose was a garbage character. But she isn't the character. People really need to remember that this shit is fictional. And whether or not a piece of media is good or bad is not the deciding factor in your entire life. You see, that's what I thought with that Chansum, and it brings up a similar point of Jack Gleason got out of big acting, and I think pretty much does theatre work almost entirely now.
They've got her.
Because he played Joffrey on Game of Thrones, and people just can't separate the actor from the character.
Why don't you stop playing dumb? I'm sorry about Meryl, but I want the lies to.
In fact, you know what the stupid thing is? People can't separate the character from the actor.
Type of nuclear warhead, wasn't it?
Of course they can.
All along, didn't you?
But they'll only do it with specific actors.
Why did you try to hide it? I'm sorry. Can't tell the grunts, huh? You've changed a lot. Metal Gear, secret advanced nuclear.
It's like, yeah, Jack Gleason, Lana Headey,
how deep does it go?
As far as I know,
Kelly Marie Tran.
the president had not been
People were
briefed about
talking
the
shit
Rex
about
budget.
John Boyega and Daisy Ridley for a while.
Is that the idea?
These are sensitive
And it's like,
times. Even subcritical nuclear tests are
you
causing
can't
stir.
separate them from their performances.
Yes. And tomorrow, the president and his Russian counterpart are scheduled to sign the START 3 Accord.
But then you have examples like Kevin Spacey,
For the deadline.
where those same people, like,
And that's why we can't let this
doesn't matter what he did, he's still an excellent
We still
actor.
haven't even ratified START 2 or dealt with the issue of TMDs. This has to do
It's like,
with
oh, at that
the
point you
president's
can separate the
reputation
actor
and
from the
America's
character
place as the
and say
dominant
it's fine to watch the stuff the actor was in, because the character is different.
Please, Snake. Just stop them.
But you can't do it the other way and separate the character from the actor and say, the character was bad, but the actor's fine.
Truth about this new type of nuclear warhead.
I told you before. I don't know the details.
I don't believe you. If the situation is so serious, why don't you give in to their demands? Let them have Big Boss's
If you don't mind me asking, Chansum, what was this game?
Or is there some reason that you can't do that? Something you haven't
You know, there was actually a fun thing. The closest I ever got to death threats was years ago, when one of the writers of Mass Effect 3 came out
And that's the only reason?
and said that, like, the idea of a story mode difficulty in games is a good idea for people who can't play the games, and that writer got a lot of abuse, probably partly because she was a woman.
He looks and smells like he's been dead.
And I responded on Twitter like, yeah, no, this is a good idea. Not everybody can play these games.
Maybe to slow down
Look at Metal Gear Solid. You want to experience the story. Not everybody can play these games on the regular difficulty.
Right. But he's already started to
I responded like, it's a good idea. Not everybody can play the game, but giving everybody the opportunity to play the game in some way
Just the nanomachines
without
and
having
the
difficulty
transmitter.
being a deciding factor is a good idea.
I'm afraid so. It looks like they've got both codes and are nearly ready to launch.
And back at the time, Twitter's notification system was absolute shit.
Emergency override device that can cancel
About
out the detonation
4 months or so later, I noticed that I've got a bunch of notifications in response to that post of people like, talking major shit to me because of it. Like 4 months later or something.
I'm locked up here.
We've got no choice.
That was kind of
Forget
funny.
about the keys. Your
It's like,
top
oh no,
priority
Mr.
now
Please,
is to
Mr.
destroy
Internet Man,
Metal
don't
Gear
yell at me
itself.
for my opinion.
Sorry to have to lay it all in your lap, but you're all I've got. Bust out of there and get to the communications tower. Also,
what?
I know it's asking a lot.
Meryl, right?
Yeah,
I'll save her.
thanks.
People are just fucking ridiculous. It's the anonymity is the main part of it. I'll generally try to keep my opinion to myself unless asked for it. Try to.
Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
I can't really comment on Zillia having lore because I've still not played a lot of the games that came before it.
Okay, I'll tell you once more.
Still a fucking ridiculous
Press
thing
the
to
circle
flip about.
button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button to submit.
That's
When
the
your
internet
life
ninja.
reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. I fought wars in Afghanistan, Mozambique.
God, I will complain about Zillia 2 all day.
Chad. Among the
I thought Zillia was alright,
I was known and feared as
but looking into some of the criticism for Zillia, I completely agree with it.
I am not like one of those.
Zillia 2, I think, is a hot fucking mess that should have just been DLC.
It's a sport.
You're all just a bunch of sadists.
Don't confuse me with those uniformed fools.
It's because I'm a robot ninja. I don't have hate, I just have facts.
Okay, here we go.
Except for Randy Pitchford, I fucking hate Randy Pitchford. Fucking hope he gets what's coming to him one day. It's not a death threat, I specifically mean jail time.
How did you like that?
1.
Shall we go again?
He's such a smug prick and I hate him. You can go in first person for this? I accidentally tapped the triangle button, I didn't realise you could go in first person for this.
Had enough yet? We're not finished yet.
Alright, 2 more. Oh, no, there goes the thumb. Come on, keep it going, keep it going.
You still okay? Want me to go on?
Can you
Can
take one more?
One more?
Can I take one more? I had to switch back to my thumb towards the end of that, just to keep it going.
You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think.
It's imperative that we make it out of the cell and don't have to do the third sequence.
Totalitarianism, perestroika. 20th century Russia has
Yeah, Zillia.
but at least they had an ideology. Russia today has
Zelia was the second Tales game I did. I can't really comment on how much of that.
Spirit of nationalism has been born.
The boss has a close friend high up in the Russian government.
However, any opinions I have on a game, I will usually try and back up with evidence. If you feel a game has plenty of lore, and somebody challenges that, if you have an argument, if you have an opinion, and someone challenges that opinion, the rational and intelligent thing to do is to back your opinion up. Like Ninja, ask me my opinion on any game. No, we're just coming up to 3 hours. But not at the communications tower yet. Oh shit, I should call Otacon. Oh shit, I never called Otacon.
Otacon, are you still okay?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth camouflage, that is.
I have a favor to
Did
ask.
Grace's release after Zelia outside Japan? Because I got Grace's first and then Zelia, and I got Zelia at launch.
What cell?
There's a big torture machine nearby.
Okay, I know it. It's close. I'll be there right away.
Thanks.
You okay, Snake?
Yeah.
I got the collector's edition. I got the Mila Maxwell collector's edition because I enjoyed Grace's out enough that I was like, I want to be into this series now.
Poor Snake. I'll increase the level of painkillers in your blood.
Okay, but you can leave out the Benzedrine.
Yeah.
That stuff makes me too frisky.
I guess you're not feeling too bad after all. Snake, put the controller up against your arm.
What?
Don't worry, it'll feel good.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay, here I go. How does that feel, Snake? A little better?
It feels like the controller's rumbling against my arm. It's not fucking helping anything.
The nanomachine cilia. That's about all I can do for you.
God damn it, Naomi.
Naomi, please talk to me. Say something to take my mind off the pain.
What can I say?
Anything.
I'm not a very good talker.
Please. Tell me about yourself.
Myself?
I suppose coming from Grace's into Zelia, I appreciate that Zelia didn't have the focus on friendship is everything that Zelia had, that Grace's had.
Wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Your brother's a bother.
Dead. By my own hand.
Big boss.
What?
But as far as the lore goes, like, I can't really say anything about that. But the massive overreaction
It happened in Zanzibar 6 years ago. Only Snake
is ridiculous.
what happened there.
I'm glad you're with us, Chanson.
Is it true? Was Big Boss really your father?
That's what he said. That's all I know.
And you were able to kill him? Knowing that?
Yep.
How?
He wanted it. Besides, some people just need killing.
That's patricide.
Yep. That's the trauma that Mantis was talking about. The one we share in common.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Let's just say that I needed to be alone for a while.
I need to check if I still have my save file for Zelia 2.
Snake.
If I have my save file for Zelia 2, I might stream Zelia 2 one day.
Brother who put me through school.
If I don't, then we're never streaming Zelia 2, because I'm not doing that again.
Where is he?
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
Snake, is there a woman in your life?
Zelia 2 is so padded, and so much of its content is recycled.
Friends?
Roy Campbell.
It's
And he has the interesting idea with slightly alternate universes, and then never really does anything with it.
There was another. Frank Yeager.
What? Big Boss's most trusted lieutenant, and the only member of Foxhound ever to receive the code name Fox. Gray Fox.
I learned a lot from him.
Didn't you try to kill each other?
It's true. We did, in Zanzibar. But it was nothing personal. We were just professionals on opposite sides, that's all.
And you still call yourself friends?
Yeah, Japanese developers definitely had a problem with the HD era.
That's insane.
Like, that first generation of HD consoles was bad for Japanese developers.
But he didn't look like a prisoner to me.
I think it's specifically that generation where the Western developers, like, really took a proper monopoly.
You knew him well?
No.
Capcom losing the minds in that generation can very easily be blamed on Keiji Inafune.
The next time I saw him,
He was in a pretty high-ranking position in Capcom, and dictated that everything they made should be aimed at a Western audience.
But we were just two soldiers doing our jobs. It's like a sport.
Eventually he left to make Mighty No. 9, which is pretty shit. And Capcom has done so much better ever since.
So if you were friends, then how do you explain the ninja's behavior?
I don't know.
It's your genes. They make you predisposed towards violence.
You really like talking about genes, Naomi. Why did you get into genetic research anyway?
It's like, oh no, we lost Mega Man Legends 3. And Capcom cancelled a bunch of Mega Man games.
So you studied about DNA?
Yeah. I thought if I studied my genetic structure, I'd find out.
Well, there's the thing, like, it's not even just Azure Striker Gunvolt, which is a cool Mega Man X spiritual successor. If you want an actual Mega Man spiritual successor, Mighty Gunvolt was pretty good. And then Mighty Gunvolt Burst was also pretty good. And it's more faithful to classic Mega Man than Mighty No. 9 was.
You know my DNA sequence, don't you?
Your fate?
Those were both, like, both the Mighty Gunvolt games were pretty small side projects. Not the big project that Mighty No. 9 was. If you like Mighty Gunvolt Burst is more of that. And of course, Capcom came around eventually with Mega Man 11, and Mega Man 11 was pretty fun. Like, if you like Mega Man and you've not done Mega Man 11, you should try Mega Man 11, it was pretty good.
Hey, I'm here.
Where?
It's me, Otacon. Wow, they even captured you.
Hurry, get me out of here.
Let me go, that hurts.
Hurry up.
Is that how you ask a guy a favor? Let me go. Jeez, it's like an animal's cage. Oh, what a smell.
Because of him.
Yeah, it's the Derpa Chief.
You don't hurry up and get me out of here.
Got a lot of good games to recommend. Actually, here's a game for the Vita. You don't have a PS4, do you, Chanson?
You need a key like the soldiers carry.
So what are you doing here, then?
I thought you might be hungry. If you need more food, I can bring some more later.
Derpa Chief? No. Here's a game for the Vita, then. It's also on PS4, but it's perfectly fine on Vita. It's great on Vita. Deception for the Nightmare Princess. Specifically the Nightmare Princess and not Blood Ties. Because Blood Ties is the original version, the Nightmare Princess is the expanded version as like a whole second campaign.
After the terrorists took over, they were planning
Don't buy it outright, look into it. But if it's something that interests you, it's a pretty cool game.
She even let me feed him when I asked. She likes dogs. She must be a good person. Please don't hurt her.
One of the stupidest lines I've ever heard.
She's the one who shot Meryl.
Well, that's all I can
Deception
They're
4.
planning to launch a nuke. I've got to stop them.
Then you have to get past the communications tower.
Make your
First,
trap
we have to get
combos.
me out of here.
Come on, I'm trying my best.
That guard's got the key. You'll have to take him out.
Give me a break.
She likes
I'm
dogs.
no
She must be a
soldier.
good person.
I can't take anybody out.
You have to.
I'll be killed.
She shot Meryl. Is Meryl a dog? No, then she's a good person because she's not a. She didn't shoot a dog.
Coming back. See you later.
Wait.
All right. So the smart thing to do here is to use the ketchup, like in a decent distance from the door. If we screw this up, we have to do a third torture sequence. That's why you make sure to get out first, because once you get up, or the guard realises you're not dead, he'll run for the door. And if he gets out of the door before you, then he'll just lock the door. Like a dick. Yeah, Deception 4 is pretty cool. I like it. I like weird games. Weird games that have an uncommon style of gameplay, or an uncommon topic. Not until the end, Chanson. Not until the end. I credit my interest in weird games to the DS. Because the DS had some really weird stuff. And a lot of it was actually pretty good. Like, the DS was my introduction to visual novels with stuff like Phoenix Wright and Trauma Center. The DS was cool. The DS was really cool. The DS is where I got into Shin Megami Tensei thanks to Devil Survivor introducing it to me, and then Strange Journey really hitting the right spot for me. I'd consider doing Trauma Center for stream if... not Trauma Center, I'd consider doing Trauma Team for stream if it wasn't such a long game. Yeah, with Deception, there is Tecmo's Deception Invitation to Darkness on PlayStation. Which is interesting, but it's very archaic and honestly not worth playing. There's Kagero Deception 2, which is interesting and refine the gameplay from the first game, and... moved it into third person. There's Deception 3, Dark Illusion on PS1. Dark Delusion. Then there's Trapped on PS2, which is a spin-off.
Just a box. Is this all there is to load?
And the series came back on PS3 and Vita with Deception 4 Blood Ties. And then it got like a director's cut release, which is The Nightmare Princess. Flower, Sun and Rain, I wasn't really into. I think it's an old Suda 5-1 game, which is why I even tried it in the first place. Lux Pain, I was very disappointed in. Because it's an interesting premise. But the translation, the localization for it is absolute garbage. Like one of the worst localization jobs I have ever seen. I think Suda51 is... He's done a lot of interesting stuff, but he's also done a lot of stuff that isn't actually of any good. It's weird, but it's not good enough to justify the weird. Like Killer 7, fascinating game. It plays well enough that you can go through the entire game to really experience it. But then, like, several months ago, Ninja, you might remember this, Michigan Report from Hell was a game we did on stream a couple of months back. Wasn't released in the US. It got a European release, didn't get a US release. It's the game Suda51 did before Killer 7. Interesting, really kind of weird, but also not good enough gameplay-wise to justify playing through it. You don't remember Michigan Report from Hell? It was the game we did where we were a cameraman. Pretty sure it wasn't before your time, Ninja. We played as a cameraman. The reporters kept dying or changing. There were monsters around. The guy who stuck around and survived with us was the boom mic operator. The only attack you had was where you'd like charge up and bash. Thanks for the follow, McDonald Miller. I like your sunglasses. Oh, I didn't throw the bomb out, did I?
Snake, there's a bomb planted in your items. Hurry, throw it away.
Who the hell are you? One of them?
You'll find out soon enough.
This is bad because there's actually a dude here. This is probably going to cause a 57. Okay, I can probably hold this for a second. That's master. Let's get more diazepam. Okay, how much time? 51. We've got time. Get to a place where there aren't guards, so I won't actually raise the alarm. I completely forgot about the bomb. Really did. What are you doing, McDonald? There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you. Yeah, let me throw this out.
Too close, Snake.
Yeah, that was quite a surprise, all right.
Hiding a bomb in your items. That's a despicable act. He should never... Well, forget it.
It's actually a hint that a lot of people can miss about Master Miller's identity if you call him after throwing the bomb out. It's probably nicer in Alaska than it is here right now. It's cooled down though as the sun's going down, so that's nice. You get the handkerchief. Didn't hear anything. I need to go over the new follow notification. The sound echoes for some reason, I'm not sure. Not sure why. Pretty disappointed, Zeke. Specifically because he wants Snake to survive. Liquid's entire plot here is really weird and doesn't make any sense. Sorry, boss. Also, Snake approaches the bloodstain from the other side for some reason. It's one thing that Metal Gear Solid really has that does it a lot of favours throughout all the games. Even Rising does it, the optional codec calls that really kind of flesh out the characters a little more. You talk about Metal Gear, any of the Metal Gear Solid games, and a lot of the time, the stuff that people really like and remember is optional conversations. Like in MGS3, when you talk with Sigint while inside a cardboard box, and there's this whole meta reference to the cardboard box's role throughout the series. And like Sigint's like, oh, cardboard box, you could hide now, pretty good. And Snake's just like, yeah, it feels like my destiny to be in this box. And Sigint's like, okay. It's cool stuff. Like, if you haven't done it, it's worth during playing when you play MGS3. It's worth calling Sigint with every item, every weapon, and every piece of camo, because most of them have something good to say.
She knows that prisoners are a part of war.
Like if you call him while you're wearing the Kabuki makeup.
Joined up of her own free will. I'm sure she was prepared for this.
No, you're wrong. Meryl thought she had to become a soldier. Thought it was the only way. She said she thought it would bring her closer to her dead father.
She said that?
She wasn't ready for real combat. I shouldn't have pushed her so hard.
You know what?
It's all my fault.
If you want to talk about a specific camo conversation, it's really good. Very limited time. You can only do it on New Game Plus. Call the boss when you're wearing the naked fatigues, or in New Game Plus, call her when you're wearing the tuxedo. The tuxedo conversation is great.
That road leads to madness. Believe me.
I think the best one with Paramedic is when you call her about the mushrooms, the glowing mushrooms.
Just fine.
Mei Ling, Snake, forget about Meryl. Stop Liquid.
Like, if you call Paramedic after you eat the mushrooms, those glowing mushrooms,
Snake.
And
Meryl, she's pretty special to you, huh?
Snake's like, will they recharge my batteries? And if you call her after you've eaten the mushrooms, it's like they did recharge the batteries, and she turns away from it. It's like she's talking to Major Zero. It's like,
no, I just
they actually recharged batteries. It's like, I don't fucking know what he's talking about.
What are you talking about, Colonel?
It's great. Like, that's the stuff that really sticks with Metal Gear Solid.
I think Naomi said he rose as
And
high as
why we love it.
assistant secretary in the FBI during Edgar Hoover's time.
I've not done Tales of the Abyss yet. It's probably the Tales game I'll do when we do a Tales game for the stream, Jansen.
Oh, sometime in the 50s, I guess.
Where?
New York, I think.
Naomi, I thought you didn't have any family.
Well, I researched it after I became an adult. My grandfather was already dead by the time I learned about him. I never even had the chance to meet him.
Oh.
Snake.
You sure about that?
Good luck.
Watch your back, Snake.
You sure about that, Miller? Come on, Kaz, you should know better than that. I love the way it looks when you just manage to get that right. It looks hilarious. Alright, now for everybody's favourite bit of the game. You know, there's a few RPGs that have stuff like that in optional areas, specifically with inns. Like when I was doing Lost Odyssey, which I need to go back to. When I was doing Lost Odyssey, which I do need to go back to, some of the 1,000 Years of Dreams stories only actually appear when you go into an inn. Oh, that worked. I despise this section. This section is just bad. But that's just the music. The music in the series is generally great. I've been on record while playing this game before saying like Kojima's obsession and fascination with Hollywood is kind of detrimental in a lot of ways. It's like his desire to have a big name Hollywood composer for the sequel was excessive and needless. How do you use claymores in this section? It's like his decision to have a big name Hollywood composer do the music for all the sequels, I was like, it's pretty needless. But to be fair, that's not a criticism of, because like the first game has great music, but it's not a criticism of Harry Gregson Williams, because Harry Gregson Williams' work is fantastic. And the first piece oh, the fucking grenade, jeez. The first piece we hear from him in the entire series, the opening of Metal Gear Solid 2, is my favourite theme in the series. I hope I'm almost at the top. There's the thing, like, basing your games off movies like that, not necessarily a problem. But his whole Hollywood obsession is... God damn it. He's just so excessive. At the end of the day, games aren't movies, and if Kojima tried to make a movie the same way he made a game, it'd be terrible. And for the love of God, I wish people would realise that an actor doesn't make a game good. Yeah, there is that. I picked the wrong thing. Yeah, I've said that before, like, Kojima's whole thing of, like, hey, if you can get Kurt Russell to play Naked Snake, drop David Hayter, I think is complete bullshit. Like, David Hayter loves voicing Snake. He does it entirely because he loves doing it. And I think it's particularly telling that Kojima was willing to get rid of David Hayter, but at no point did they ever get rid of... they never changed the Japanese voice actor, because they have more respect for the Japanese voice actors in the industry. It's bullshit. It's bullshit that he was dropped. It's bullshit the way he was dropped. Hey, Star. How you doing, buddy?
Damn.
Snake! I'm afraid I can't let you get past here.
But there's your thing, though.
You're not
Miller, if we're gonna go with that, then he shouldn't have had Kiefer Sutherland's voice either. Or you could argue that Big Boss in Ground Zero should have still been David Hayter. Oh yeah, David Hayter and Cam Clark love redoing this stuff.
It's a long way.
They have so much fun with it.
If I had a rope, I should be able to use that rope I got.
What are you going to do? Take on a hind with your bare hands? Now you're mine!
If I stay here, I'm finished.
Alright, where's the rope? There we go. Yeah, I think that was a follow-up. Like, I think Cam Clark did a Halloween video on his own, and then got David Hayter in for the Night Before Christmas video. Alright, this ought to be fun.
Here's how to repel. Press the X button to jump away from the wall. While you're away from the wall, press down on the directional button to drop down. If you jump while pressing right or left on
In the end, the whole thing of replacing David Hayter.
jump in that direction.
Oh yeah, of course.
If you press and hold the circle button while using the directional button, you can walk slowly across the wall.
Colonel,
If you're careful with
I'm
the
dummy
timing,
thick.
you
A
should
clever
be
my
able
ass
to
cheeks
dodge
keeps
the
learning
gunfire
guns.
behind while you
That
look
was...
down. If anyone can do it,
Of all the things... Like, that was just unbelievable. You know, there's got to be someone out there who knows how to do this without taking any damage. I've never done it without taking damage. Oh, nice. Let me know how that is, Star. I quite enjoyed the original. But there's also the case of I enjoyed the original at a time when I was considerably younger, and game design was just looser as an idea. Alright. That's always a risky idea, Miller. At the end of the day, these fans just don't have the money to go up against companies like this. And while you kind of hope for it, if Konami decides to push it, they're in the legal right. And even if they weren't, random fans aren't going to have the money to fight that kind of thing anyway. Alright, fuck this. I mean, yeah, it's not like Konami's doing any better. But if the whole thing goes to court, even if Konami wasn't in the right, Konami could bury those guys with the costs. It's not worth it for them. Yeah, when it comes down to it, whether a litigation suit like that, whether they win or lose, doesn't matter, because the simple act of dealing with the suit is gonna bankrupt the standard person anyway. It's always the big thing. It's a pretty common thing, actually. There's a specific policy designed to fight the idea. Of just throwing lawsuits at people who then have to give up whatever they were doing, not because they were in the wrong, but because they can't fight the lawsuit. You're not wrong, Teak. It's the selling that's the big problem. And while there is the big thing of, like, if only, you've got stuff like, with something like Pokemon Uranium or Pokemon Prism, Nintendo was within the rights to shut that down. It's unfortunate, but it is the truth. The difference really is a case of size. It's why you see small artists being ripped off all the time. Because they don't have the money to fight it. At the end of the day, all of it comes down to money.
Don't shoot! It's me, don't shoot! It's me, Snake!
Otacon, how'd you get here?
Well, it wasn't as dramatic as your entrance, believe me. I'm afraid of heights.
You were watching?
Yeah, I was watching. I was riding in the back of their truck. Thanks to the stealth camouflage.
How did you get up here?
Copyright is both a good thing and also a major
First
bitch.
floor of the circular staircase was destroyed.
That's why I took the elevator.
The elevator
The ups and downs, the goods and
that's
bads.
right.
And for fuck's sake, I wish someone would do something about Disney
You're
constantly
incredible.
extending copyright laws.
Like a movie hero or something.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
Oh hey, did you make a piece of art and post it on the internet that became even slightly popular? Well, somebody's taken that art without crediting you and is now probably selling it on t-shirts.
Snake, there's something I've really got to ask you. It's why
What can you do? Do you have the money to hunt this person down and charge them with theft? No? Well, that's what they were hoping for.
Have you ever loved someone?
That's what you came to ask?
No, I mean, I was wondering if even soldiers fall in love.
What are you trying to say?
I want to ask you, do you think love can bloom even on a battlefield?
Yeah, I do. I think at any time, any place, people can fall in love with each other. But if you love someone, you have to be able to protect them.
I think so too.
I have a favor to ask.
Uh-oh.
That's the specific line.
It'll be easy.
Do you think love can
Told you
bloom on a
before, I don't wanna
battlefield?
hurt anyone.
I don't want you to either.
Okay.
The elevator is stopped down there. I want you to get it to move. You see?
That's weird.
Do you think love can bloom on a battlefield?
Now it isn't.
Maybe the panel's broken.
Can you fix
Depends on the
it?
kind of
It
love.
was working before.
I mean, I
It's the
suppose two
mechanism.
guys in a
Leave it to
trench
me.
for months on end could probably
I've
fall
got to
in
go
love.
and swat a noisy fly.
Okay. I'll stay here and hold the fort. Good luck.
You really look
Do I
like
think
hell.
two enemies
You
can
okay?
fall in love?
Don't worry.
Potentially, but the circumstances would have to be
If I
very
do this, it
irregular.
doesn't matter. I just pretend like I'm not here. And then I'm not scared.
Strange logic. I'm counting
Yeah, from
on
what I'm
you.
aware, it's the one line that Kojima was like, this has to stay this way in the English version. And Metal Gear Solid 1 does a really good job, especially in comparison with the rest of the series, of making a lot of the dialogue sound natural. And that's the big exception. There it is. Okay, do it now. Just in time. There we go. I think I'm gonna need more than 6 missiles. Alright, there's a cutscene coming up, I'll read that in a minute, chance them. Alright. Stolen ideas. Yeah. People are out to make money. It's amazing sometimes how many people are fairly talented artists that have absolutely no creativity themselves. Cough, cough, Bob Kane. Cough, cough. Alright. Fuck you, Liquid.
That was nothing.
Oh, that was bullshit. There you are. I'm sorry, why did both those stingers not actually hit? What the fuck is going on with this? Why are my stingers blowing up so early? I'll start with that take. Seriously, I've never actually seen that happen so many times. Like when he goes down, sure, the stinger won't actually connect properly, but I've never seen it happen like this. Like that I've seen happen before. On. I really do hate this fight for just how long and drawn out it is. Alright, here we go. Come on. I think the Harrier fight in MGS2 is more interesting than this. Basically the same fight, but the mechanics are mixed up enough to actually have you doing more, which I think is really good. Also, the Harrier doesn't spend so long just underneath the arena where you can't fight him. He'll fly out of range and out of visual range. But that's specifically lining up an attack and it doesn't last for ages. Are there any more stingers? I'm not sure if 3's enough. Oh, I better make this count, hadn't I? Wouldn't be such a problem if it hadn't decided that like 6 missiles weren't going to hit for some reason. You know, I think I'll take your word for that, Clem. Yeah, that's not enough. They've got to spawn more, right? There you go. You fucking bastard. Because I was sure that they don't make any of these boss fights unwinnable. But I really am not happy that they... There we go. That for some reason so many of my missiles just exploded before hitting. What do you think this is? Teak Twin Snakes? I've never seen that happen before. Alright, let me get out of the way because I'm actually out of rations. I just fucking burnt through all my rations. Bitch. This is a good line.
See you in hell, Liquid. That takes care of the cremation.
Nice. I think they repeat that line verbatim in the remake, but the delivery isn't as good. Or the cinematography isn't as good. That's right, Clem.
Snake, the elevator.
A helichopper.
You fixed it?
No, that's the weird thing. It just moved by itself. It's headed your way now.
Is that so? Okay.
That
Cool
explosion
gas, don't look at explosions. They blow shit up and then walk away.
That's incredible, Snake.
Listen, I just want to make sure again. This is the way to get to where Metal Gear is being stored.
It's like Twin Snakes has definite faults compared to the original. But I think the best thing to do is to analyze exactly what doesn't work in comparison with the original, or what is better in the original than the remake.
Okay. Call me if you need to.
Yeah, let's get out of here. I don't think I'm ever going to use the FAMAS. Largely because this is as non-lethal a playthrough as you can get for the original Metal Gear Solid. There we go. I'm going to need these missiles for a while. Going down the stairs. One thing I do like about going down the stairs is with the way the camera shifts, all you have to do is hold down. So much more convenient than going up. Oh, the SOCOM. Oh, it sure is a shame I don't have any more rations. Yeah, hopefully, Clem. Hopefully. Hopefully. What do you want? How did you get this number?
Snake, there's something I forgot to tell you before.
What?
There were 5 stealth camouflage prototypes in my lab.
Yeah,
okay.
So?
If you take out the one I'm wearing, that leaves 4.
Hey, this isn't first grade math class.
I thought I'd get one for you. So I went back to the lab and...
Yeah?
The 4 suits were missing. Also, about the elevator...
You know, I'd actually forgotten until your recent playthrough of Twin Snakes, Teak.
Someone was intentionally holding it.
When you were
It's like they recycled the codec visuals in Twin Snakes. And when it zooms in on Archon's face, or when Archon's face gets really close to the camera,
About 135, but that elevator had a weight limit of 600.
in Twin Snakes he sounds so bored.
It would take at least 5 people to go over that limit.
Look out, Snake! The guys who stole my stealth prototypes are in there with you.
But he sounds at least somewhat panicked here.
Too late, Snake. Now die.
I'm gonna do this entirely without guns. hey, I got a ration. Now you might ask, why not use the FAMAS? Well, that's the thing, Teak. As non-lethal as this game can be means not killing anybody you don't have to progress. MGS1 doesn't have non-lethal options, so when you're forced into combat, you gotta kill people. Yeah, so you might ask why not use FAMAS, and those guys actually have a pretty high tolerance for bullets. Like, you'll shoot them quite a bit, and I think they fall down at least once, and then get back up when you're shooting them. But if you just choke them to death, they get down and they stay down. Because that's a guaranteed kill state. Come on. Nice. I'll be using a similar tactic in the next mandatory goon fight. Looks like I put my body armor on just in time.
Snake, are you okay?
Otacon, were there any other stealth prototypes?
We took down the Hind D ninja.
So, this isn't stealth
And for some
camouflage
reason, a
then.
bunch of my Stinger missiles
about?
exploded
Someone's
before they hit the
aiming
Hind
at
D.
me
It was
in the
really
middle of this
irritating.
blizzard.
Never seen that happen before.
Wolf? Sniper Wolf?
Yes, it's her. It's definitely her.
It's definitely her. Please don't look at my pants, Snake. I don't have a boner right now. What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm not.
So then what is it?
Snake, please don't kill her.
Are you insane?
Please.
I'm a killer.
She's a good
I'm
person.
a killer in the
You'd
face.
know that if you talk to her.
Listen to me, kid. She's a merciless killer.
I can see you perfectly from here.
How did you get this number?
I told you, I'd never quit the hunt. Now you're mine.
Wolf, no, you can't.
Don't get between a wolf and its prey.
You're pretty good if you
Really
can
wish
hit me in
you'd
this
stop
storm.
being so literal with your
see,
code names.
Women naturally make better soldiers.
Wolf, don't do this.
Says the guy who says that he's a robot, I guess.
Near. Can't you sense me near you?
It's a mistake for a
Ms.
sniper
Wolf to
reveal
you,
our
Archon.
location.
Is that right? Well, I'm going to send you a love letter, my dear. Do you know what that is? It's a bullet straight from my gun to your heart.
Please, Wolf. Snake, no!
Quiet! Don't get in our way.
Now I'm gonna pay you back for Meryl.
You men are so weak. You
You're
can
such
never
a
finish
bitch.
what you start.
Alright, so we can do this the proper way, but I don't want to. So we're going to roll over to this embankment. We're going to pick up that ration. And then we're going to kill Wolf. And fun fact, when in a first person will show us exactly where Wolf is, which is really nice. So even if you're not going to use the Nikitas to totally cheese this fight, it's actually really worth shooting at least one Nikita so you can figure out where she is to begin with. Because this field is, like, horizontally, there's a lot more ground to be aware of than the previous fight. Shatter the heart and you're to blame. You give Foxhound a bad name. Yeah, this is gonna be the fight. Thank you, Ninja. Does she have a bead on me? There was a red dot on my character. Does she actually have a bead on me? Why isn't she taking the shot? Yeah, that one bit of ground that just goes above everything else. With the way this fight goes, like if you do it like this, chances are that Nikita's gonna keep hitting her in the knee or in the shins, and it's led to me referring to Sniper Wolf as the bronze kneecap. Like the joke started when it's like we keep shooting her in the knees, in the kneecap with this, and like she got kneecaps of steel. It's like we can do better than that, and it just led to the bronze kneecap. Aye, the bronze kneecap, my big bronze kneecap. And it was good stuff. Good stuff. Probably should have got a second drink. Hindsight. Alright, let's go. No, not the FAMAS. So I think character-wise, this is probably the best cutscene in the game for Snake. This is where his character really shines. It's a shame that Metal Gear Solid 3 doesn't have anything like the Nikita that can be a reference to this when in the fight with the end.
Concentrating. I am long shot.
Yeah, this is one of my favourite scenes in the entire game.
You cannot save me. Please. Just finish me quick. I am a Kurd. I have always dreamed of a peaceful place like this.
A Kurd? So that's why you're called Wolf.
I was born on the battlefield. Raised on the battlefield. Gunfire, sirens, and screams.
She's a great sniper, but she's not very good at anatomy.
They were my lullabies. Hunted like dogs, day after day. Driven from our ragged shelters. That was my life. Each morning I'd wake up and find a few more of my family or friends dead beside me. I'd stare at the morning sun and pray to make it through the day. The governments of the world turned a blind eye.
I really like this scene. I think Sniper Wolf is played brilliantly here. I love Snake's characterization as a professional soldier who holds no personal grudge against his enemy.
Saladin.
And
He took me away.
has a good amount of respect. And thus does finish her off quickly so she doesn't slowly drown in her own blood.
Watching everything through a rifle's scope.
And I feel like the remake didn't do this anywhere near as well.
Not from
I
inside.
feel like the writing was
But
worse.
from the outside. As an observer. I watched the brutality. The stupidity of mankind through the scope of my rifle. I joined this group of revolutionaries. To take my revenge on the world. But I have shamed myself and my people. I am no longer the wolf I was born to be. In the name of vengeance, I sold my body and my soul. Now I am nothing more than a dog.
Wolves are noble animals. They're not like dogs. In Yupik, the word for wolf is Keglanek, and the Aleuts revere them as honorable
I
cousins.
feel like the script is worse, the music is
Call
definitely
mercenaries
worse,
like us dogs
and
of
the
war.
acting is less.
It's true. We're all for sale at
Lesser.
some price or another.
Everything in
You're
this scene
different.
works. The music, the
Untamed.
cinematography.
Solitary. You're no dog.
Snake's quiet.
Who are you? Are you selfish?
Respectful tone.
Wolf. You spared Meryl's life.
She was never my real target. I don't kill for sport.
Rest easy. You'll die as the proud wolf you are.
It's a great scene.
I finally understand. I wasn't waiting to kill people. I was waiting for someone to kill me. A man like you. You're a hero. Please, set me free.
Why? Why? I loved you.
What is it?
My gun. Give it to me. She's part of me.
I think a big part of it is, like I said back at the start, the only person really credited for the localization of this game is Jeremy Blaustein, which means he pretty much did the entire script, and he does good work. By the time of the remake, Kojima had more say in everything.
Goodbye.
And I think Kojima is probably somewhat similar to Lucas in the idea that he has good ideas, but for fuck's sake, he should have a filter.
Snake, you said that love
And
could bloom on the battlefield.
Jeremy Blaustein would be the filter for this. There wouldn't
But I
really
couldn't
be a
save
filter for the Twin Snakes.
What are you doing?
And as a result, it's poorer writing.
I don't need a handkerchief.
Why?
I don't have any more tears to shed. I'm going to the underground base. We're out of time.
I know.
You'll have to protect yourself now. Don't trust anyone.
Yeah.
If I can't stop Metal Gear, this whole place will probably be bombed to hell.
Yeah.
We might not meet again.
I'll hang on to my codec. I want to keep helping.
You can leave anytime. Get a head start. A head start on your new life.
Snake!
Honestly,
What was she
I'd
fighting
argue for Snake's character.
What am I fighting for? What are
It's
you
the best
fighting
scene in the
for?
series.
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Like, we get to MGS2, and the Snake's a completely different character from this.
Okay. I'll be searching too.
Just like go into that scene and replace Archon's line with Zero from Mega Man X4. Well, it made it to disc 2 in one sitting. What we're going to do now is I'm going to go and get a drink, fresh drink, and when I come back, we'll do this too. There's a weird reference to it in MGS4 where you get to this point and Archon's like, Snake, it's time to switch to the second disc. Oh wait, we're on Blu-ray! And it's like, at that point I'm kind of like, you've officially gone too far with the fourth wall stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a drink, maybe hit up the bathroom, and when I come back, we'll do disc 2. We're gonna do all of this in one sitting, because I'm a madman. See you guys in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Comfortable again. Okay. I have a fresh drink and some homemade fudge. Wrapped in foil. So you're gonna hear some foil noises. But I'm eating my fudge. Can't stop me. Yummy. Alright, disc 2. Multiple discs were kind of interesting. Although, as somebody who didn't play PC back in the day, probably more interesting than it would have been otherwise. Because, like, PC had the problem at the time of FMV games, games that would be on multiple discs. Not because they're big games, but because they're pretty much loaded with video. And so you've got games that were like 4 discs, 6 discs, some of them were 8. I think you had one game that was like 10 discs. And like, that shit's crazy. Come on. But on console, with stuff like Metal Gear Solid or Final Fantasy, there's like multiple discs on that level. I was like, wow, this must be a pretty long game. To be fair, Metal Gear Solid isn't. It's just that they loaded it with dialogue. Like voice dialogue. Oh, that guy's not going to come up here. Awesome. That's right, buddy. Keep moving. Oh, keep moving. You dick. You have to do this the old-fashioned way. Come on, go, 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 go. The guy's pathing is weird, and I don't like it. How you guys doing? Did you get dinner? Did you get eaten? I assume Clem is still getting dinner. Ninja, did you get eating? Did you get good eating? And Chansome, how are you doing? You probably should have gotten something, Ninja. If you hurry up, you'll be able to do it. You'll be able to get back before anything actually happens. All we've got is like the fight on the elevator and then a long codec call. Desert Crest story is out. Like, now's the perfect time for you guys to go and grab something. Nothing's gonna happen for a little while. You've got like maybe 5-7 minutes or so. Or just take the laptop with you, it's your choice. So here's the trick with this one. I even choke these guys. How dare you? You have angered me, sir. You realise we've got, like, at least another hour, Ninja. Like, there's a lot of needless codec conversations still to go. Alright, fun fact. Radar is jammed again. There is a gun camera right there that you won't see. And also claymores. Bunch of them. Honestly, Chansum, I don't think anything can be done about that. Fans are always going to be ungrateful bitches. People are just entitled. Hell, did you see the review bombing that happened to Astral Chain when it came out? Astral Chain, the last big game from Platinum. People love Platinum. Exclusive to Switch. Why is it exclusive to Switch? Because Nintendo's publishing it. People head on to Metacritic when it comes out and review bomb it to show their serious displeasure that it's not out on a real console like the PS4. Because people are just entitled. I want 2 pieces. I don't want 1. It's like, the fact that people are still working over the pandemic to provide people with free entertainment. Because Questoria is a free game, isn't it?
Don't worry, the monitor's off.
Okay.
What's up?
Simple fact is, it's free. You're getting what you pay for, and for all you deserve, you could just get a piece of shit in a bag. You got it free.
Hoover in the FBI.
Yeah.
And then going undercover to investigate the mafia in New York.
Yeah, what about it?
It was all a big lie.
What did you say?
It was really bothering me. Why would she lie about it?
She lied.
She might be a spy.
Ridiculous.
Come on, even a high school student could see past it. The head of the FBI at that time, Edgar Hoover, he was a well-known racist. Didn't Naomi say that her father was Japanese?
Yeah.
Well, back then, there wasn't a single Asian investigator. Also, in the 1950s, the undercover mafia sting operations hadn't even started yet. They first started
might look into Questoria. My problem is, like, my attention span just doesn't exist for mobile games.
But you better check it out. The chief and the
Just for playing games on mobile.
And that ninja, too many strange things.
I've got a bunch of actual video games on mobile.
Either that, or she's working with the
and I've not really spent time with any of them. Games that I've played before that I really like.
Anything, I'll call. In the meantime,
I've got Knights of the Old Republic on mobile, and I've never played it past Taris. I've got XCOM Enemy Within on mobile. I've not even done the tutorial on it. I love XCOM, it's a fantastic game. I've not done the tutorial on the mobile version, even though it's basically the same game. I just don't have the attention span for mobile. I've heard Shin Megami Tensei Liberation DX2 is supposed to be pretty good. And I've not even bothered with it because I know that I won't play it.
Welcome, Cossack. This is the end of the road for you. Right, my friends? Listen, they agree. Ravens aren't scavengers like most people think. They're simply returning to the natural world, that which is no longer.
I've heard it's pretty good.
Sometimes they even attack wounded foxes.
You were the one in the M1 tank? Must have been a tight fit for a big boy like you.
But that was no true battle. The Ravens and I were testing to see what kind of man you were. The judgment is decided. The Ravens say you are a true warrior.
Am I hallucinating? I can't move.
The Raven has put the mark of death upon you. Blood from the east flows within your veins. Your ancestors too were raised on the barren plains of Mongolia. Inuit and Japanese are cousins to each other. We share many ancestors, you and I.
I don't have any crows in my family tree.
You jest, but indeed ravens and snakes are not the best of friends.
I don't know, I mean...
Nevertheless, you will make a worthy adversary. You live in Alaska.
I mean, mobile just isn't a gaming platform.
The World Eskimo Indian Olympics.
Yeah, I know it. Must be
Which is weird because I've done other stuff on mobile.
Yes, you are right.
I've read on mobile. I've gone through at least 2 books on mobile.
It is called the ear pull. It is an event where 2 opponents pull each other's
You know what it is?
ears while enduring the
Mobile for me is something to start and stop at a second's notice, and I don't feel I can do that with games.
Pull each other's ears?
The form is different, but the
Not on
spirit
mobile.
is the same. Rejoice, Snake. Ours will be a glorious battle.
This isn't glorious. It's just plain killing. Violence isn't a sport.
Well, we'll see if there's iron in your words.
Here we go. Yeah, the free-to-play economy. I despise that just in general. On mobile, it's like, yeah, okay. Put up with that as a cost for not having to pay anything. But then you play something that actually did cost money and then still has the free-to-play economy. Come on. Daily grinding though, like... I'm glad I don't really play MMOs anymore. With stuff like that. Now, Final Fantasy XIV is fantastic. But just MMO grinding. There's my mine detector. On you bastard. Sometimes Raven just doesn't want to play right. Just doesn't want to play ball. Like, for the love of God, come on. Ah, oh, bullshit. Bullshit iframes. Is it weird that he doesn't chase after me? Probably weird, right? Oh shit, I didn't realize it was going that way. Okay, 2 more? Okay, he's coming this way. There we go. Yeah, the whole free-to-play economy in general.
Just as the boss said.
And the worst part about it is how that free-to-play economy has been like slowly sneaking its way into actual paid games.
But my body will not remain in this place. My spirit and my flesh will become one with the ravens. In that way, I will return to Mother Earth who bore me. Snake!
I feel like the last couple of Assassin's Creed games are a good example of that.
Snake, take
The
security card. It will open that door.
They introduced levels.
Why? You are a snake
Leveling, grinding and shit.
by nature.
And they'll sell you XP boosters, which they refer to as time savers.
Another world, a world that I do not wish to know.
Under the guise of they're completely optional.
With him, I will be
Nobody's forcing people to buy them. It's like, you've labelled these as time savers for a reason. Basically an admittance that
die before your eyes.
you've deliberately set the grinding up in this game to waste time unless people spend extra money on this shit.
What is it?
That was not the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, a member of Foxhound. He was a master of disguise.
When it comes down to it, I feel like leveling systems in general and the adoptance of a lot of RPG elements in a lot of more mainstream games has been entirely for the sake of not enriching the experience of the game, like publishers and developers will argue, but instead for the sake of padding.
But why go to so much trouble? Why
I remember the day when it used to be something I'd actually be interested in if a selling point of a game was that it was like 50 hours long.
Snake,
And nowadays, it's like
There's no such thing as boundless
games will advertise that they're over 100 hours long. It's like, cool, how much of that is me actually having fun with the game?
The path you walk on
And how much of it is
has
your
no
bullshit padding that I have to pay extra to get past quicker?
paved with the corpses of your enemies. Their souls will haunt you forever. You shall have no peace. Hear me, Snake. My spirit will be watching you.
Welcome back, Ninja. Is your pizza done?
Snake, it's me.
Master.
It's about Naomi. Turn your monitor off.
What about Naomi?
Colonel.
Cool.
Is Naomi there?
No, she's away. She's taking a short nap. So what is this about Naomi?
Okay, maybe we'd better let the Colonel hear this too.
Yeah. Go on, Master.
It's good, Ninja.
Well, basically,
Can't just
Dr.
starve
Naomi
yourself
Hunter
while you
is
watch my
not
bullshit
Dr.
long
Naomi
streams.
Hunter at all.
What?
I thought her
If you want these streams to be over quicker, I need you to donate
so I
$5.
checked it out.
And
I call it the time save
there is an
donation.
actual Dr. Naomi Hunter, or I should say, there was one. But she's not the woman we know. The real Naomi Hunter disappeared somewhere in the Middle East. Our Naomi must have somehow obtained her identification papers.
So then who is she really?
She must be some kind of spy.
A spy?
Yes. Maybe she's been sent to sabotage this operation.
Are you saying she's with the terrorists?
I don't want to believe it either, but she is working for Foxhound.
So you think she had a part in the uprising?
Or she could be working with some different group altogether.
Different group? It couldn't be.
Place her under arrest.
What?
She's betrayed us. She needs to be arrested and interrogated to find out who she's with.
If she's one of their spies, then we're in big trouble.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Have you let her in on some kind of vital secret or something? Does this have anything to do with the mysterious deaths of the DARPA chief and the Armstech president?
I have no idea.
Anyway, we cannot allow her to participate any further in this mission.
Wait a minute. Without her, we can't complete this mission.
Colonel, don't lie to me.
Give me some time. I'll try to get it out of her.
Hurry then. We've got to figure out who she is and what she's doing here.
I understand. Snake, give me some time.
I don't have any time left for you.
Did my rations freeze? No, they did not. Awesome. Alright. So now that we have the level 7 keycard, there's an interesting thing that's kind of pointless. Well, he's called Master because he is the one he's one of the people who really train Snake. It comes across more if you play Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, where the actual Master Miller appears. But yeah, now that we have the level 7 keycard, there is the, back on the snowfield, there's one door that's labelled level 7, and it's way out of your way to go back there for the level 7 door. It doesn't have anything of interest inside, just some ammo for stuff.
How do you know that?
It's really disappointing.
Where are you now?
That's fair enough, Jansen. A lot of people haven't played Metal Gear 2.
There's nobody here. No guards.
Which is understandable.
It's too quiet.
Maybe because they're all ready. They said they even input the PAL codes.
What should I do?
Oh, we can.
How do you feel about anyone on the Jedi Council?
Baker told you about.
But I've only got one of the 3 keys, and besides that, like Ocelot said, there's some trick to using the keys.
Leave it to me.
You got some kind of plan?
Well, I'm in the computer room right now. I'm trying to access Baker's private files.
Baker's files? Don't you need a password?
Of course, but there are ways.
Are you a hacker?
Yep, that describes me pretty well.
Does it look like you can get in?
I don't know yet. I'll give it a try.
I'm counting on you.
So I've mentioned this before, but it always kind of bothers me in any kind of media when generic scientist or smart person is capable of doing anything that requires brains. Anything you would expect someone would have to be smart to do. It's like Ottocon's a mechanical engineer and also a hacker.
How's it going?
Not bad.
It's
I
like,
just got past his 3rd security level. He was a pretty careful guy.
Do you think you'll break in soon?
I never met a system I couldn't bust into.
Okay.
He's also apparently a really good hacker, which he has time to have become around his career of mechanical engineering. Pretty much. The Marvel Cinematic Universe was pretty bad about that. Like Tony Stark originally starting off as a weapons scientist, and by the time of Avengers Endgame, he's created nanotechnology, sentient AI, and time travel.
So what about the PAL override system that Baker talked about?
I haven't found it yet.
That's what I need to know.
And it's
I found something
kind of a leap.
What?
The secret behind the new nuclear weapon. Just as I thought.
And it's like, whatever argument you want to make with that, it's like, okay, Tony Stark's area of expertise was never specifically defined. Sure. Let's take a look then at Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner is specifically a gamma radiation specialist. He's a radiologist. He studies radiation.
I can't wait to hear this.
That's how the Hulk happened. Avengers Age of Ultron, he's the other smart person with Tony Stark. And together they create an AI.
Why weren't they able to?
Why is a gamma scientist capable of that?
Rocket propulsion system. It would be picked up by enemy satellites.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But unlike a missile, the railgun doesn't burn any propellant, so it can't be detected by any current ballistic missile detection systems.
An invisible nuclear warhead.
Totally impossible to intercept.
Honestly, Chansum, I think it's more a case of simplifying things for a basic audience.
We learned that lesson in the Gulf War.
This thing could mean the end of the world.
Like, if you're smart, you can do anything. This character's very smart, so they can do anything.
The problem of nuclear reduction and nuclear inspection.
Anything that requires brains, they can do.
Is this true? Are you listening?
Because they're very smart.
I'm listening. If word of this got out, it could
It's like how the original idea for humans in the Matrix was supposed to be the machines co-opting the processing power of individual brains. But somebody decided that was too complicated, so they dumbed it down to machines using body heat for power.
Listen to me. This new nuclear weapon, it's never actually been tested, only simulated.
You mean they ran a computer model?
Yeah, that's why they were conducting this exercise. They needed to get actual experimental data to back up the simulation.
What were the results of the exercise?
It looks like it went better than they hoped for, but I can't find the data anywhere on this network. You'd think the data as important as that would be carefully recorded.
It was. President Baker gave me an optical disc with all of the test data.
What? Do you still have it?
No. Ocelot took it from me.
The terrorists have replaced the dummy warhead with a real warhead.
You know, one thing that might help the voice acting in this is that all the dialogue was recorded with the actors in the same room, so they could bounce off each other, which is always a good thing to create actual, believable interactions.
We're counting on you.
Because the recording studio that they used for MGS1 was a converted living room, basically. Right, where's this guy? There he is. They had to re-record it for Twin Snakes because supposedly the studio wasn't soundproofed that well, and with the GameCube's superior sound card or sound chip or whatever, if they used the original recording, then you would have been able to hear the traffic outside. So they re-record it, presumably in actual professional sound booths.
Okay, I've entered the PAL codes and disengaged the
And it's entirely possible that they recorded them separate, which is why everybody sounds so bored. Because they're thinking back to the fun they had doing this game. And, oh yeah, no, we gotta do these lines again in a completely different situation.
The new target is Lopnor, China.
Why, boss?
I'm sure neither you nor Mr. Golukovich would really like to see a nuclear bomb dropped on your motherland, right?
So the fun thing is now, like, gameplay-wise, there's probably like another 40 minutes.
A nuclear test site?
If that, probably less, maybe, depending on how well I do against Metal Gear.
But a nuclear explosion at a test site
But
can still be
the game is probably going to take like another 2 hours
Washington will be worried about the retaliatory strike from
to actually beat.
That'll probably mean top-secret talks between both countries' leaders.
Of course. And in the process, the president will be forced to divulge the existence of a new and highly destabilizing nuclear weapon to the Chinese. What do you think that will do to the US's reputation? Or the president's?
And with the CTBT, that means that China and India. I see.
Yes. When the other countries hear about this new weapon, they'll all want to contact us. Washington won't be very happy when we start selling their own system to the highest bidders. Yes, the president will break. He will give in to our demands.
Big boss's DNA and $1 billion. $1 billion?
That money will be used to cure our genome soldiers as well. I'm also including the Fox Dye vaccine in our demands.
Fox Dye? It killed Octopus and the Armstech president. So it's true that it affects older people first.
That's a weird line, specifically for Ocelot to say.
Wolf wasn't infected.
It's true then it affects older people first, while Ocelot's over there in like his 70s.
The adrenaline level in the blood. Or maybe it's just because this Fox Dye was still experimental and they haven't worked out all the bugs yet.
In any case, have you heard from your friend, Colonel Sergei Golukovich, at the Spetsnaz?
He still has doubts about the ability of Metal Gear. He said we can talk after Metal Gear's test launch is successful.
He's a very prudent man.
There's nothing to worry about.
Well, to be fair, if you're going to buy a weapon, you want proof that it's going to work.
Nuclear weapon so bad he can taste it. If Russia wants to regain its position as a military superpower, they need to reinforce their nuclear arsenal. They need a nuclear weapon that can't be intercepted. Metal Gear will allow them to gain first strike capability over the rest of the world.
Their regular army is in shambles, and they think they can restore their country's military power with nuclear weapons? Golukovich, he's no warrior. He's a politician.
But he's the one who gave us the Hind and most of our other heavy firepower.
He's got over 1,000 soldiers under his command. If we join forces, we could put up quite a resistance here. Since Mantis died, the genome soldiers' brainwashing has started to wear off. I'm worried about the men's morale. An alliance with the Russians would boost that as well.
What do you say?
Liquid's plan doesn't really make much sense.
We're going to dig in here.
We could still escape.
We've got the most powerful weapon ever made, and we're about to ally with Golukovich's forces.
Are you going to fight the whole world?
And what's wrong with that? We can launch a nuclear warhead at any target on this planet. A nuclear warhead invisible to radar. And on top of that,
yeah,
this
but
base is full of
there's the thing. If you're gonna stick around here, then
DNA and the money,
it's known where you are. You can launch a missile that can't be intercepted, but it can be retaliated against because people know where you are.
From today, call this place Outer Heaven.
It's like he's missed the entire point of nuclear deterrence.
But boss, you're not worried about the PAL being overridden. If the code is in it again, it'll be deactivated.
No need to worry. The DARPA chief and the Armstech president are both dead.
Does Snake know how the override system works?
You interrogated him, don't you know?
He didn't have any keys on him.
Good. Then no one can stop Metal Gear now.
By the way, what should we do with that woman? Want me to kill her?
Let her live. She's Campbell's niece, and Snake cares for her. We'll keep her as our ace in the hole.
Meryl, she's alive.
Anyway.
Snake, I found Baker's top secret files.
Great job.
How's it going there?
They've finished inputting the PAL codes. So how do we deactivate them?
Okay, you see the override system that the President was talking about? It can also be used to input the detonation codes. You see, if you insert the keys when the warhead is active, you deactivate it. And if you insert them when it's inactive, it becomes activated. And you can only use the keys once.
See, I get an emergency deactivation code. It's understandable when dealing with something as troubling as nuclear launch.
That's the trick. You already have all 3 keys.
But why have new emergency activation?
Memory alloy.
Shape memory alloy.
It's like, oh no, quick, we need to activate this stuff really quickly. Take that key card and then cool it and then heat it.
Yeah, the card key changes shape at different temperatures.
Because we need to launch this nuke really quick.
3 keys in one. Clever.
Can you see the input terminals in the center of the control room?
Feels like it's ripe for abuse.
Laptop terminals are for the emergency input.
Ripe.
There should be a symbol on each screen.
Right.
Each symbol corresponds to a different key.
Right.
Input the keys in order from left to right. The left one's for the room temperature key. See the symbol? Next to that goes the low temperature key. The one on the right is the high temperature key.
Okay, I got it. First, I change the shape of the card, and then I input them in order, right?
That's right. All you do is insert the card keys. After you insert the key into the module, a hard disk reads the information contained on it. Once you've finished with all 3 terminals, the code input process is complete. But here's the thing. You can only use the key 3 times. It's an emergency system. It's only meant to be used once.
Again, emergency nuclear activation codes.
Who's that?
Damn.
This kind of thing is how Doctor Strangelove happens, but stupider.
Snake, this is bulletproof glass. There's no way in. I'll enjoy watching you die.
Anyway. Alright, let's get out of here.
Snake, you've got to get that key.
There's a helicopter that's been flying past for like flying past the house like the past 20 minutes. It's really weird because it's like midnight. I really not got any more stun grenades since that time I used all my stun grenades. Huh. Well, we made it. So, fun fact, in the Twin Snakes, this area isn't radar jammed. And so you can use an Akita missile and send it over there, and you can see that Liquid is just a torso in the remake. He doesn't have any legs when he's walking back and forth like that. Specifically in the remake. Also in the remake there is a set of pipes on a lower platform that you can only get to by hanging off a platform above it and then dropping down and grabbing the platform just in time. That has a steam pipe and a liquid nitrogen pipe that you can use to heat and cool the keys quicker. Which is like the best thing the remake did. I'll accept all the problems with the remake simply for the fact that it cuts down the backtracking for both the sniper rifle and the heating and cooling the keys. Alright. So a rat is going to have eaten the key. And unfortunately, first person aiming in this game is garbage. I get that. No, I didn't, because if I did, it would have shown me. I don't need those bullets, I need Stinger missiles, because it's the easiest thing to aim here. Behind D. Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here? Okay, there's the rat. Traveling down there. Traveling back. Okay, come on. There we go. Thankfully, I didn't take too much trouble. Okay, so with any luck, just like another hour. Then we'll be done and we can go home. Everybody can go home. Have a good time. Having a good time, having a good time. I'm a superstar leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. Now I'm a racing car passing by like a diver. I wanna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you.
What was that noise?
There, let's do this. Don't forget the chaff grenades. Because if you get caught in there, then it's instant death, and honestly, that's a fucking stupid idea.
PAL code number 1 confirmed. Awaiting PAL code number 2.
Okay, that takes care of PAL code number 1. Now, PAL number 2, freeze the key.
Alright. Bro. Alright, let's get out of here. You know, if I was a more cynical person, I might say it was suspicious, Teak. Where is this? Where's the dude? Is he on the right? On the left? Yeah. Well, that was a needless alert that I don't think could have been avoided without killing the dude.
Where'd he go?
We very nearly had a perfect zero alert game. Damn it. I'm very disappointed now. You get another chaff grenade. You know, it's a good thing I'm not a perfectionist, Ninja. It's like I said to Teak last night, like, you know, I'm just glad my standards aren't as high. Teak there last night trying to get a better time than he's already got for a no-save hardcorely on B-Rod. And I'm just there like, I won't do that. You got standards, Teak, I don't. Nice, good work, Teak. I'm proud of you. It's one of those things, like, we did Claire B. What was that, last week? This week? I forget. And the end result was like an hour 45, and I was like, oh, damn it. Didn't do it again, though. I was like, yeah, no, we're done now. See you later, bye. And I've not played it since. You see, that's kind of my point there, Ninja. Like, if Teak had gotten under 2 hours himself, like, say Teak had gotten like an hour 59, that's a good run. It's not a run he would have been satisfied with. It's a case of, like, I know I could do better. There were a bunch of places I messed up anyway, but it's like, you know, I don't really feel like doing it. Teak has the perseverance and the demand for quality that will make him, or give him the ability to just go through again and do it right. I was like, nah, we're done. Could have been better, it wasn't. Yeah, well. Generally though, like, B scenario, we talk original RE2, B scenario should usually be somewhat, like, if you get it down, should generally be at least somewhat shorter than A scenario. I feel like B does go a little faster. Although, to be fair, I'm thinking like early B goes faster than early A, but B does go on longer than A, so that's a fair point. Yeah, consider that. That's just generally how I am, Ninja. I'm capable, but I don't really care. I could have done better, I didn't. Oh well. Swear to God though, if the PAL keycard changes temperature before we get to the place though, then I'm calling it. I hate this entire idea. I generally don't speedrun, is probably a good thing. Or like, not even speedrun, I generally don't have an aim to do stuff fast.
Okay, there goes PAL code number 2.
Resident Evil 2 is kind of just the exception to that. I like to do Resident Evil 2 kind of fast. That said, there's a lot of stuff I could do to improve it and make it a lot faster. Is this guy on the left or the right? God damn it. Alright, Ninja, you're not gonna miss anything. We have to go to the furnace, and that's kind of it. Only I could drop down to there. That's interesting. Like, specifically with your interest in Resident Evil in general and how much you do it. What a fucking god. You know what? Just fuck that enemy placement. Metal Gear Solid 1 really doesn't want you to do a non-lethal run. Like, with you doing, like, pretty much every Resident Evil take, I'm kind of surprised that it's only RE2 make that you really want to push the time down with. Like, at some point, I have the desire to do more RE3 and try and get my time down for that. Largely because I feel like I could do so much better than 3 hours. If I really try, I could probably get RE3 down to under 2. But the danger with RE3 is largely damage, I guess. Plus, I do spend a bunch of time fighting Nemesis twice. Twice, once. I mean, the results screen that you can get off the, Is that gonna work? Oh, it did. The results screen that you can get off the main menu. Alright, how do I get out? Yeah, that's reasonable. Though I suppose you could always just screenshot your result. Have like a set of screenshots for your results. I could do that actually. Like maybe do Claire B again and have like a screenshot of the results from last time just in the corner of the stream. Yeah. 4 different versions. 4 scenarios. Might be an interesting thing to do one day. Do 1 scenario from every version.
Snake,
Of course, not
it's
counting the
about
PC
Naomi
version.
Hunter.
Then you should talk to the Colonel. He's looking into it.
Turn your monitor off.
Okay,
Nice.
off.
What kind of
No one
piece did
else
you get,
can hear
Ninja?
us. Go ahead.
There's absolutely nothing else of value going on right now, so we're
Okay,
actually
so
going to
what's
talk
up?
about your pizza.
I've got a good friend in the Pentagon.
Yeah?
He's the one who told me about it. It looks
Not that we
like
wouldn't
the
talk about your
DIA
pizza
recently
otherwise.
developed a new type of assassination
It's just your pizza is literally the most
An
interesting thing at the minute.
weapon?
Snake, have you ever heard of something
Because this
called
conversation is long and boring.
No. Fox die.
Yeah, I don't
When
eat
were the
pizza.
others were talking about it.
Yeah, it's some kind of virus that
I'm really
targets
not
specific
great with
people. I don't know all the
flavor.
details, but
What
I
are you
have
trying
a
to say?
very sensitive palate.
it's too similar.
What is?
It's like you hear the jokes of white people who only season their food with salt, and that is like almost literally me. I really can't handle anything more than that.
Apparently, fox dye kills its victims
Fucking
by
hate it.
simulating
Awful.
a heart attack.
No. You're telling me that Naomi was behind it?
Snake, try to remember. Did Naomi give you some kind of injection?
Nanomachines.
She was in the best position to have done it, but I don't know what her motive was.
Does the Colonel know?
I'm not sure. But he still hasn't questioned her.
Okay, I'll ask him myself. Colonel, what's new with the
It's
Naomi
not even my
situation?
stomach, it's my tongue.
just placed
Big
Naomi
problem,
under
just my
arrest.
mouth.
Arrest?
She was sending coded
And it's not
messages
even
towards
just
the last
spicy, it's
base.
anything with any
I
kind of
didn't wanna
flavour.
believe it, but she must be working with the terrorists.
Are you sure?
Ugh.
I'm afraid so. She's being interrogated now.
It's a shame because some of the stuff smells really nice. Like a good pizza can smell really nice.
The rough stuff.
Can't eat it.
But we don't even have any sodium pentothal here.
Call me if you find out anything.
So it's true, isn't it?
Naomi. I can't believe it.
That means the fox dye vaccine must be around somewhere.
Listen, I've got bigger things to worry about.
But Snake, you might be infected too, you know.
All I can do is leave it up to the Colonel.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be. I would have said it sooner, but I was actually choking with the mic muted. That's bullshit. The elevator cutscene didn't even end and the gun camera's already shooting me. Like I said, I would have said it sooner, but I muted the mic so I could choke quietly. Nothing left for me to do but dance. Welcome back, Chanson. What'd you make? What did you cook? Did you cook stuff? Is it bland? If it's not bland, I can't have it. Alright, chicken burritos. I don't like chicken. I don't often talk about like what foods I'll eat, because oftentimes when it's like, I don't like this, I don't like that, a lot of people are like, how do you not like this? How do you not like that? Which is why I don't like it, I don't let it taste. There we go. Cheese smells great when it's cooking. Yeah, as somebody who just enjoys eating, like, bland stuff, only really being able to eat bland stuff is kind of... ugh. At that point, you've got to try and, like, mix it up with textures and stuff. Really try and get creative with it. I've got at least 10 minutes before I actually need to press anything. So, Ninja, you don't really play RPGs, do you?
Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi.
Naomi? What the hell?
Campbell and the others are busy right now. I'm on a different codec.
Naomi, is what the Colonel
Nah.
says true?
Have you seen any RPGs on the stream that you'd be interested in?
Who are you?
I don't know myself. I don't know my real name or even what my parents looked like. I bought all my identification. But my reason for getting into genetics was true.
'Cause you want to know yourself, right?
That's right. I want to know where I came from. My age, my race, anything.
Also, Chance and Teak, as RPG players, you got any RPGs you'd recommend that I may not have played?
What's now known as Zimbabwe?
Yes. Rhodesia was
I think
owned by
Personas,
Indians
like
until
3, 4, and 5 in
1965, and there were lots of
particular,
Indian laborers around.
can really hold the attention because of the combination of dungeon crawling and social simulation. And with the social simulation doing that well, enhancing your combat capability in your Persona fusions,
Why should I? No one else tries to understand me.
it's a good idea of like balancing the two sides.
Until I met my big brother. And him.
Your big brother?
If you're going to try one, I'd recommend
Frank Yeager.
Going for Persona 5.
He was a young soldier.
Is that a serious suggestion, Seek?
Picked me up near the Zambezi River. I was half dead
Or are
from
you fucking with
starvation, and he shared his rations with me. Yes. Frank Yeager. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
No.
Kind of a serious suggestion.
We survived that hell together, Frank and I. He protected me. He's my
My major problem with that is Sailor Moon.
only connection I have to my past.
And he brought you back to America?
No. I was in Mozambique when he came.
Who is he? You mean Big Boss?
Yes.
kind of a personal issue that I don't really want to go into, but I do not really interact with anything Sailor Moon related.
Then he and my brother went back to Africa to continue the war. And that's when it happened.
Xbox 360 RPG, Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, Infinite Discovery, The Last Remnant, Tales of Vesperia. I think are like the 5 Xbox RPGs. Unless you want to go with something Western, then you got stuff like Oblivion or Two Worlds.
Yes. I waited too
I don't,
long
as
To kill me?
considering you're not into RPGs, I don't think I'd recommend Lost Odyssey to you, Ninja.
2 years. You were all I thought.
Like, if you've not enjoyed stuff like Final Fantasy or anything, Lost Odyssey is a very traditional JRPG.
Still hate me.
Yeah, I've played the Atelier games. I started Atelier Aisha a little while back and really couldn't get into it.
I'll have my revenge on them too.
Cthulhu Saves the World. Wow, not heard that in a while. I've played both that and Breath of Death 7.
No.
Not bad.
That was my brother. Afterwards,
I think that was the entire reason for why I was interested in Cosmic Star Heroine. Because it was from the same makers, I'm pretty sure. I've not played any of the Ars Nelico games yet.
I think he just came here to fight you. I wasn't sure before, but now I think I understand. A final battle with you. That's all he lives for. I'm sure of it.
I have, I think, the first Ars Nelico game, and our No Search Plus on Vita.
Tell me something.
About Fox Die? Fox Die is a type of retrovirus that targets and kills only specific people. First, it infects the macrophages in the victim's body. Fox Die contains smart enzymes created through protein engineering.
Good games to add to the list.
Respond to specific genetic patterns in the cells.
Those enzymes recognize the target's DNA.
We speak about anime RPGs. I have the 2 Full Metal Alchemist games released for the PS2. The RPGs. Full Metal Alchemist and The Broken Angel, I think, is the first one, and I think the second one is Curse of the Crimson Elixir.
Along the bloodstream to the heart, where they attach to the TNF receptors in the heart cells.
And then they cause a heart attack?
The heart cells suffer a shock and undergo an extreme apoptosis. Then,
Yeah, like, if you like the Ars Nelico series, I think our No Surge is a spin-off of that. And our No Surge Plus is on Vita, so there's another Vita game for you, Chansum.
Program that thing to kill me too, right? Do I still have time? Naomi, I don't blame you for wanting me dead, but I can't go yet. I still have a job to do.
listen, Snake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cosmic Star Heroine was done by the guys who made Cthulhu Saves the World and Breath of Death 7.
You were injected with Fox Dye as a part of this operation. I just wanted to let you know that.
You know, the only RPG I'm considering for Super Nintendo at the minute, Teak, is Live Alive.
The thing I wanted to tell you was...
Or Live Alive. I have no idea how that's actually supposed to be pronounced. I've had the fan translation for it for a while, and the idea really interests me. I've got the fan translation of Bahamut Lagoon there as well, but Live Alive sounds more interesting to me.
Unauthorized transmissions.
What?
Naomi's been removed from this operation.
What happened to Naomi? What did she mean when she said that Fox Dye was a part of this operation?
I love you, Snake, that's why I want you dead.
I won't. She's under
My name is Naomi Hunter. You killed my brother. Prepare to die.
There's no time for that. Right now, your job is to stop Metal Gear.
Princess Bride is such a good movie, and not enough people I know about it. There we go. That's good. Princess Bridge. Such a good movie. Give the G's to the castle. It sounds like Robin Hood Men in Tights, which just had Dave Chappelle in it for some reason. It's like, yeah, no, the movie we're parodying had Morgan Freeman in it, so we need a black person in it as well, but completely different from Morgan Freeman. So they get Dave Chappelle in it to play Dave Chappelle. To be fair, the funniest part of that movie is that Patrick Stewart turns up at the end as King John. Not King John. King Richard? King Richard. It's Prince John. Alright, let's try and get past this one without fucking up again. Yeah, Princess Bride is so good. And the whole bit with Inigo Montoya is that everybody remembers, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die. And it's like, everybody remembers that, and it's good. But I think the single best bit is, like, during the end of the fight, where he's been shouting, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die. And at the end of the fight is like, offer me money. Offer me jewels, like, anything you want. Let me live. It's like, I want my father back, you son of a bitch. And it's like, that's good, I like that.
Palcode number 3 confirmed. Palcode entry complete. Detonation code activated.
No, why?
It's an underrated bit.
Ready for launch.
I deactivated it.
Thank you, Snake. Now the detonation code is completed.
Yeah, Princess Bride is in kind of a weird position where it is kind of a meme.
You found the key, and even activated the warhead for us too. I really must.
Like, there's a bunch of memes.
Gratitude. Sorry to have involved you in that silly shape memory
Taken from Princess Bride, like the usual blah blah blah, like whatever. You keep saying that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Couldn't read his mind. Then
And stuff like that.
accidentally killed him during the interrogation.
Well, for the most part, I think it has led to a case of the movie is known, but a lot of people still haven't seen it.
Without the threat of a nuclear strike, our
I'd say that word, but I can't do that word anywhere near the same way as the actor does. And I don't think anybody else should say it unless they can do it like that.
You might prove
The slightest hint of a possible lisp just makes it.
the information from you, Snake. So I had decoy octopus disguised.
It's very distinctive. It's like some people have like a really distinctive way of saying certain things. It's like Rowan Atkinson in.
You mean you had this plan from the beginning?
In Blackadder, Rowan Atkinson used to have a speech impediment. He used to have stuttering problems, specifically when saying B words, words beginning with B, which is why he over-enunciates words beginning with B.
The launch preparations are complete.
And so whenever he says the name Bob, it's always like Bob, Bob, and it's very distinctive, and it always works in a comedy way. Or John Cleese in Monty Python, whenever he says "you bastard," and nobody can really do it quite like John Cleese does. He just does it so well. It's always the big build-up from like the perfect timing of you, and then the right amount of outrage in bastard. And it's amazing.
Who are you anyway? I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you come where I am, that is.
Where are you?
I think we talked about this game like twice.
Snake, that's not Master Miller.
Campbell, you're too late.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
So who is it?
Snake, you've been talking to...
Me, dear brother.
I think this probably would have worked better if they'd had Cam Clark voice Miller when he appeared in East Walker and MGS5. You know, just instead of having Robin Atkin Downes play him. Like, Robin Atkin Downes is a decent actor, but he's got a very distinctive voice. And it ain't Cam Clark.
Snake, that's bulletproof glass. You can't break it with an ordinary weapon.
Can't you open the security lock here?
I'll try.
Calls coming from inside the house. The killer's behind you right now. We just put the gas mask on. You think? Because I would have argued that he doesn't really do an impression of Cam Clark when he's playing Miller. Because Robin Atkin Downes is another voice actor who always has a very distinctive voice. Are there any rations around here? Yeah, there's a gas mask. It's in the second floor base. Oh, there's another ration. It's in the second floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building. That's because it's well ventilated, Chansom.
Liquid! Snake! Did you like my sunglasses? You'd point a weapon at your own brother?
Why did you disguise yourself as Master?
Yeah, I feel like Robert Atkin Downes is another voice actor who doesn't really have range, but does good acting.
Although the boys at the Pentagon are probably saying the same thing.
What the hell are you talking about?
Following orders blindly with no
Like,
questions
he
asked.
plays the
You've lost
Prince
your warrior's pride and
in
become
Prince of
nothing more
Persia
than a
Warrior
pawn
Within,
snake.
replacing Yuri Lowenthal.
Stopping the nuclear launch, rescuing the hostages.
He plays Sagacious Zoo in Jade Empire.
The Pentagon only needed for you to come into contact with us.
And whenever he
That's
pops
what killed
up, you
the
can always
Armistice
tell it's
President
him.
And decoy octopus.
You don't mean...
That's right. You were sent here
You ever
to
think
kill
like
us so
maybe
they could
one
retrieve
of
Metal
Snake's
Gear
alternate
Unbound,
costumes
along
in
with the
Smash
bodies
should have
of the
been
Klingon
Liquid?
soldiers. From the beginning, the Pentagon was just using you as a vector to spread fox dye.
Fox dye?
Or like long-haired Snake.
Telling me Naomi was working with
Yeah, Yuri Lowenthal voices the Prince in Sands of Time, and they brought him back in Two Thrones.
Couldn't be controlled so easily.
What?
We've got a spy working in the Pentagon. He reported that Dr. Hunter altered Fox Dye's program just before the operation, but no one knows how or why.
I wonder... Maybe they arrested her so they could find out the answer to that.
No doubt. But I had no idea she was motivated by such petty revenge.
I think, like, the idea with the second game was the Prince was supposed to be a darker Prince. And they wanted to go all kind of dark and gritty and heavier rock with it. And I think they went back to Yuri Lowenthal for the third game specifically because that entire identity had a negative reception.
Why's that?
Oh yeah, it definitely is. The awkward thing is, I would argue Warrior Within is the best game of the trilogy. Like, gameplay-wise, I think it's the peak.
Were killed by Fox Dye. But
It improves everything that the first game does, expands the acrobatics, makes the combat actually decent and varied,
Could be.
and it doesn't have the gimmicks of Two Thrones.
I'm not worried either. After all, our genetic
Like Two Thrones
code
with
is
its stealth focus, and the combat is so much worse in Two Thrones. And then the chariot races,
We're twins linked by cursed genes.
and the big focus on quick time events.
You're
Like, hey, you want to pull off a stealth kill with stealth being the main focus of this game? You better pull off the quick time event then.
recessive genes. Everything was done so that
Most
you
enemies
would be
take
the
2
greatest
quick time
of
events
children.
to stealth kill.
The only reason I
Why?
exist is so they could create you.
I was the favorite, huh?
That's right. I'm just the leftovers of what they used
Yeah, story
to
and
make
characters
you.
are a bit
Can
much
you understand what it's like to know
in
that you're
Warrior
garbage
Within.
since the day you were born?
I don't dislike it, but I understand why people don't like it.
Father chose.
And I'll make fun of it. Definitely will.
Kind of love.
Love?
My guess is to try and push Liquid into doing into like proving himself. But in the end, it really just created an inferiority complex.
With your own hands. You stole my chance.
And more than anything, Snake proved that the flawed recessive genes, the recessive versus dominant gene idea was complete bullshit anyway.
I will destroy him.
You're just like Naomi.
Kojima justifies this whole idea of dominant and recessive genes like this as Liquid not understanding genetics. It's not that Kojima didn't have a fucking clue when he was writing, it's that Liquid doesn't understand genetics. Which doesn't explain why, at the end of this game, Ocelot refers to Liquid as the dominant one. And Snake is the inferior. But yeah, there's a lot to make fun of Two Thrones for. Not Two Thrones, Warrior Within for. Like, the fact that when Shadi first appears, like, oh, it's a ship in a storm. That's because you can see the invisible ninja. It's like the ship and the storm, and then the second ship comes out and starts attacking them, and then everything goes quiet as Shadi steps out from below deck. And she's in the middle of a storm in a metal thong. And it's like, how can you not make fun of that? Welcome to the stream, Ryan is Neo. You're just catching us as we're coming up to the Metal Gear fight. Alright. I need more missiles. Oh, I hope there's some over here. Not that. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Not what I was after. How did I go into this fight with plenty of chaff grenades and no Stinger missiles? It's not empowering, it's wedgy. It's ridiculous, and I think it's hilarious. I don't dislike a lot of what Warrior Within does, but you can't take that seriously. Why would I need stun grenades? Alright. So if I do this right, I won't actually need the chaff grenades to avoid the missiles. There's a sweet spot where you're too close for the chaff to actually, for the missiles to hit you, but you're far away enough that Rex can't just stomp on you. God damn it. Why did the first two shots not hit again? Oh, I hope I have enough stinging missiles for this. I'm not wearing my armor, what? Yeah, this is a creature, this is a character who is literally a sand creature, because everything in that game is a sand creature. There's no sexuality to be comfortable with. It's like with MGS5 when Kojima's like, oh no, Quiet dresses like that because she needs to absorb sunlight. And it's like, don't bullshit me. You wanted a woman who was barely dressed. Just admit that. That went actually kind of okay.
Did that do it?
Yeah, that was another of the excuses. Which I think probably comes off as creepier. This character's designed to be barely clothed, specifically because I want to see people barely clothed. And it's like, dude, just look up some fucking porn. It's like, yeah, no, I don't care about the women who play my games. They literally exist for my own gratification.
Fox, why? What do you want from me?
I'm a prisoner of death. Only you can free me.
Fox, stay out of this. What about Naomi? She's hell-bent on taking revenge for you.
Naomi?
Now, I said before, like,
Stop her.
I can't.
Why?
the scene with after killing Sniper Wolf is my favourite scene in the game. This is my second favourite. I love this entire sequence.
I raised her like she was my own blood to soothe my guilty conscience. Even now, she thinks of me as her brother.
My only real complaint is that bit in the middle that isn't skippable. Especially since if you die to the next phase of Metal Gear, you have to start from the beginning and then go through that unskippable bit again.
Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it. There you are.
That's bullshit.
We're just about out of time. Here's a final present from Deep Throat. I'll stop it from moving.
Mega Man. Mega Man. It's Mega. There is actually a point here that I do like about the remake, and that's that he still has the sword.
In the Middle East, we don't hunt foxes.
I like that he still has a sword in the remake and they actually make use of it, as opposed to here where it's just gone.
Fox.
How strong is that exoskeleton of yours?
It's a fair point if you're going to admit
To sit by and watch him die.
that your whole reason for this thing is because you're horny. It's less creepy than saying just pussyfooting around it. Pussyfooting is a legitimate term. Don't at me.
Impressive! You are indeed worthy of the codename Fox, but now you're finished!
Pussyfoot, verb, to act in a cautious or non-committal way.
Can you really shoot? You'll kill him too!
Now!
I'm gonna come to your house, Ninja, I'm gonna slap you and steal your pizza.
After Zanzibar, I was taken from the battle, neither truly alive
truly dead. An undying shadow.
But yeah, you can't skip this sequence.
But soon
Alright, fine, I won't slap you.
finally
I knew it was the pizza you'd be outraged about. Snake, we're not souls of the government or anyone else. Fighting is the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. Farewell, Snake.
Foolish man.
Take your piece.
He prayed for death, and it found
I think that depends, Ryan, honestly, on what you're after. Metal Gear Solid 1 has a solid secular story, but its gameplay mechanics are pretty archaic. I'm gonna need more stings again. MGS2 has a solid evolution of this gameplay, but the story really isn't up to much. MGS3 is really solid in both gameplay and story, but it's a very different kind of game. I think it all really depends on what you're after, but the answer is most definitely not Metal Gear Solid 5. I'm not hiding, dickweed. It's not the controls, it's the mechanics, more than anything. It's a fine enough game, it's just MGS2 played better. No, that's enough. $15. Come on. Yeah, I'd argue Metal Gear Solid 3 is the one game that gets everything right, but it's also a very different experience from the previous two. So I can understand why somebody wouldn't be overly into it. Shooting your dick laser at me. The PS4 game? The only PS4 game is 5. And like I said, I really wouldn't rank 5 as the best. There we go. Oh, what's the best adventure game? Or what's the best PS4 game? Is that what you're asking? Come on, shoot your knee rockets. Yeah. PS4 game, again, it depends what you're after. There are good games of so many genres on PS4. Adventure game, again, depends what you're after. Some people are really into the Sierra design. I never personally was. I was always more a fan of LucasArts designs, with stuff like Monkey Island. But I'm a big fan of the Broken Sword series. I really enjoy those. And I feel like they don't overdo it with the bullshit deaths like Sierra does. Now, if you're after an adventure game on PS4, Broken Sword 5 is pretty solid. 4 stingers left. This is probably going to get nasty. I might make it though. Yeah, as far as like suggesting the best game of a console, I think it's basically impossible to do that because of just the wide variety of it. How do you suggest that an RPG is better than, say, an action-adventure game? At the end of the day, that comes down to personal preference, and one person's personal preference will be different from another's. Like, Spider-Man's a solid game on PS4, it's really good. Persona 5 was a really good RPG. I quite enjoyed Vampire if you want something a little more budget but a little more interesting. Like, there's so much out there. Good news is, I now don't have to play the game for like another 15 minutes.
A snake.
Liquid.
So I can sit here just messing with my guitar
I
picks.
won't die as long as you still live.
Too bad. It looks like your revolution was a failure.
Just because you've destroyed Metal Gear doesn't mean I am done fighting.
Fighting? What are you really after?
A world where warriors like us are honored as
But generally, it's the reason why I'll say, like,
that was Big Boss's fantasy.
It was his
if
dying
somebody's after
wish.
recommendations, you're best off either knowing what the person is into or asking for recommendations from a particular genre.
We were valued then. We were desired. But things are different now. With all the liars and hypocrites running the world, war isn't what it used to be. We're losing our place in a world that no longer needs us. A world that now spurns our very existence.
Pick a genre for
know that as well as I do.
any console. Pick any genre, pick any console, I'll give you a recommendation.
We'll be able to bring chaos and honor back to this world gone soft.
Chansum, you do the same.
New hatreds will arise.
Any genre, any console.
We'll steadily expand our sphere of influence.
But as long as there are people, there will always be war.
I also feel like I was thinking of a different kind of adventure game than what you were thinking of.
What type of a balance was best?
Is that the only reason?
Isn't it reason enough?
RPG on PS4. Highest recommendation probably would be Persona 5.
Ha! You lie. So why are you here then? Why do you continue to follow your
But there's also stuff like Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth is pretty good.
Why did you come here?
Again, Vampire is an RPG. It's pretty good. It's kind of budget. You have to accept some of the flaws in its design, especially combat. But it creates a really interesting, evocative world with a strong atmosphere. And I quite enjoyed that.
I watched your face when you did it. It was filled with the joy.
There's a bunch of stuff you can go with.
There's a killer inside you. You don't have to deny it. We were created to be that way.
Created?
And of course, there's RPGs that have been ported from previous systems, such as Final Fantasy X HD, 10-10-2 HD Remaster. 10's good enough to buy on its own. Puzzle for the Vita. Puzzle for the Vita. Puyo Puyo Tetris is really good, but the Vita version wasn't released outside Japan. Played any puzzle games on Vita?
Big boss. But Father was wounded in combat and already in a coma when they brought him in. So they created us from his cells, with a combination of 20th century analog cloning and the super baby method.
Super baby method.
They fertilized an egg with one of
You know, admittedly, Chanson, that's a tricky one because I can't really think of puzzle games on the Vita.
Clones to someone's uterus and later intentionally aborted 6 of the fetuses to encourage strong fetal growth. You and I were originally octuplets.
Octuplets?
Yes. The other 6 of our brothers were sacrificed to make us.
There's there's plenty of puzzle games I can think of on PSP. Like, there's a port, if you get Capcom Puzzle World, you get Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo on that, which is really good.
Exactly the same DNA.
Um,
they weren't finished yet. They used me.
You can get Devil Dice from PS1, Kuroshi Final.
To create you.
My favourite puzzle game is probably dependent on my mood. Probably either Puzzle League, which is a Nintendo series, began as Tetris Attack, known as Panel de Pon in Japan. Then there was a Nintendo 64 version, Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, I think it was called.
They too are his progeny, carrying on his
but I am also really fond of Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, which is a lot of fun.
With the completion of the Human Genome Project, the mysteries of humanity were laid bare. Thanks to Father's DNA.
Like, any way you can get Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo is a good thing, I recommend. Like, we were going through the list of games that are actually on the PlayStation Classic yesterday, PS Mini, and Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo's on there. Can't really disagree with that, it's a really solid game.
That's how they became the Genome Soldiers. That's right. The Genome Soldiers that you've been killing are our brothers with the same genes as ours.
So you have trouble asking for recommendations because you can never really articulate your interest, Ninja. I find in that case, the best thing to do is to say some of the games you're actually into, and then ask for possible similar ideas.
1991, the Gulf War.
It's generally what I do when I'm after a game, it's like I'm into Metroidvania as well. I'm just immediately outright saying I'm into stuff like Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Was a side effect of it.
Ha! Everyone knows that the Gulf
Or Metroid.
was caused by exposure to depleted uranium used in the anti-tank rounds.
At that point, you're also taking the case of like a genre recommendation, like just saying RPG. It's like, okay, cool, so much we can put under that banner. You take that and you narrow it down. Like, instead of saying I'm into RPGs, I'd like an RPG to play. So I was into this game. I'd like a game like this game in some respects.
Yes, they too are our brothers and sisters.
So the Genome Soldiers.
It's like if you guys played Wargroove. Wargroove is a pretty solid turn-based tactics indie game that came out last year.
What?
Have you ever heard of the asymmetry theory? Nature tends to favor asymmetry. Those species which have gone extinct all show signs of symmetry. The Genome Soldiers suffer from the same problem, signs of symmetry. So do I. As do you. That's right. We are all on the verge of death at the genetic level. We don't know when or what type of disease will occur. That's why we need the old man's genetic
It's like, okay,
information.
you're into something like Wargroove. What can you recommend like Wargroove? Immediately you can recommend Advance Wars, because Wargroove was at least somewhat designed as a spiritual successor, because Nintendo will not make another Advance Wars games. They won't make any more Advance Wars games for some reason. Which is a shame, because Advance Wars is a brilliant alternative to Fire Emblem. Not everybody's into Fire Emblem. Some people are into the genre, but not into Fire Emblem. And Advance Wars is a fantastic alternative that Nintendo just stopped offering.
That's why I'll follow what my genes tell me.
It's kind of sad, because both series are done by Intelligent Systems.
In order to break the curse of my heritage.
Which the Paper Mario series are also done by them.
And to do that,
and I'm not gonna lie, as cool as Paper Mario the Origami King seems, a little disappointed that Nintendo didn't give Intelligent Systems the chance to do another Advance Wars game after Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Is she alive? I'm not sure. She was alive a few hours ago. Poor girl kept calling your name.
Meryl.
Stupid woman. Falling in love with a man who doesn't even have a name.
I have a name.
No! We have no past, no future, and even if we did, it wouldn't be truly ours.
Yeah, whatever you
and I
say,
are
Eli.
just copies of our father, Big Boss.
Let Meryl go.
As soon as we've finished our business, we're almost out of time.
You're talking about Fox Die.
No. It seems now that the Pentagon knows that Metal Gear is destroyed, they've arrived at a decision. They won't even need a BDA. If you want the details, why don't you ask your precious Colonel Campbell?
Colonel, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening.
What is the Pentagon trying to do? Colonel, answer me.
Ain't no time to waste.
Defense has taken
Ain't
over
no
active
time to
control
waste.
of this operation. He's on his way there by AWACS.
What for?
To bomb the place.
What?
Not only that, B-2 bombers just lifted off from Galena Air Force Base. They're carrying B-6113 surface-piercing tactical nuclear bombs.
What?
Remember when I did this for Let's Play? I was like, I have no idea where Galena Air Force Base is, and then Bane looked it up and told me. I was like, thanks, Bane. I didn't really care, but thank you.
There's no more danger of a nuclear strike from Metal Gear. He's going to do whatever's necessary to cover up the truth of what really happened here.
I don't have time to explain why. I don't have time to explain why. I don't have time to explain.
Don't worry, Snake. I'll stop the nuclear strike.
How?
I may only be a figurehead here, but I'm still officially in command of this mission. If I issue an order to delay the strike, it'll confuse the chain of command and at least buy you some time. It'll give you a chance to escape.
But, Colonel, if you do that...
It's okay, Snake. The truth is, Foxhound was already the subject of an undercover investigation. Meryl was transferred to this base just before the terrorist attack as a way of manipulating
To be fair, you were hiring serial killers and psychopaths as your operatives. You probably should have been the subject of an investigation.
You better get out of there, Snake.
Are you sure? It'll be bad for you.
Don't worry. It's the
Well, he's a
least I can do
figurehead.
for you, after all the lies.
Colonel.
He has symbolic authority,
Cancel the bombing
basically.
run. After that, there's no turning back. What? What are you doing?
And the intention is to use that symbolic authority, but it doesn't really get anywhere.
Colonel.
I don't believe it.
What happened?
Snake the Colonel!
Roy Campbell has been relieved of duty. This is
Abstract.
the Secretary of Defense.
Isn't any authority abstract?
Colonel back on.
Any kind of authority requires belief in a system that only exists because we believe in it.
And for the crime of high treason.
Ridiculous.
Yes, he's a ridiculous man. He truly believed that he was in command of this operation.
You bastard.
It's the same as anything. The economy only exists because people believe in it.
I'm sure the President would want the same thing.
President ordered this?
The President is
It's like, take any leader, use the President as an example. The President's authority and power exists because there are people willing to believe in that authority and power. If everybody turned around and said no one day, then that's all gone. It's the same with anything.
Smart. You'll be murdering
any
everyone
kind of
here.
authority.
The
Kings,
scientists, the genome
captains,
army, everyone.
generals. It requires people to believe and to accept that authority.
DARPA chief after all.
It's a completely fictional construct.
And you could care less about what happens to everybody else, huh?
Well, if you give me the optic disc, I might consider saving them.
Why the idea of the economy always kind of confused me. It's like the economy's going through a recession. Why?
I see.
What if we just stop saying the economy's going through a recession? It's not a real thing.
From the 1970s. Our country's dirty little secret.
Let's be fair, our money is completely worthless.
Bombs will be dropping soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do.
Our currency is bits of paper that holds value because we believe it holds value.
There's no way out for us.
But it has no actual use.
Let's finish this before the airstrike. You stole everything from me. Only your death can satisfy me. Only your death can return to me what is rightly mine. She'll make a beautiful sacrifice for our final battle.
To be fair, that's the kind of thing. Any alternative to paper currency could be used for something.
It will be the time limit for our final
Gold has a use.
This nuclear
Diamonds
bomb
have
will
uses.
detonate at the precise moment
There are
it
things they
occurs.
can be used for. What can paper currency be used for? Basically nothing. And it's how the entire idea of a post-apocalyptic society existing works.
You could enjoy one brief moment of love before the end. If you cross this line, you'll fall. At this height, it will kill even you.
Like, it works because all of a sudden everybody stops believing in paper currency having value. Alright, here we go. Come on. I was saying that, there's no good way to deal with liquid here. Anyway, there's no good way to deal with liquid here. Because the combat system just isn't built for it. Like, he can do that, we can't do anything equivalent to that. Plus the time limit saying that we can't be cautious and take our time. Like, he just does that. And what do?
Nice shot!
To be fair, Chansum, I think Bethesda sent him a copy of... sent that fan a copy of Fallout New Vegas because the PR for it was worth more than the loss of one copy of the game. I'll be honest with you, Ninja, like, when I did that fight, I remember doing that fight, and I remember not having a clue what I'm actually doing. Gameplay-wise, it was very confusing, but I also didn't lose, which is a good thing. So it didn't detract from the awesomeness of the situation. Yeah, this is going to be tight. Come on. Yeah, if I can knock him off now, we're done. Damn it. I needed to actually hit him with that combo.
You're out of time.
Fucking bullshit. That's another thing I don't like about the melee bosses here. Sometimes you'll land a hit on them and they'll immediately go into recovery frames. I should have had that. The game cheated me out of that. That was fucking bullshit. Like that. That kick didn't hit me. Well, okay, he lifted his arms up there to signify that he was ready to start juking and jiving. Fair enough. If they... why, again, did he immediately enter recovery frames? I fucking hate this fight.
What's wrong, Snake?
You notice the kick isn't actually doing any damage? And you just get him with a kick and he falls off, he's not doing any damage. That shouldn't have got me. Go to hell. Why are you not dead? There we go. Like, there are 2 points in the first fight where I should have won and it robbed me. The first was the kick that knocked him off.
Meryl.
That kick didn't take any health off. If it had, which it should have done, that would have been it.
Meryl?
Snake? Is that
And then the
you?
time he caught me with a combo that killed me, when I punched him into a combo, but for some reason after the first hit, it decided he had invincibility frames.
Are you okay?
And I hate when the game does that.
Okay, is that all you can say?
Meryl.
There's no good tell for it.
It must have been terrible.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. I didn't give in to the torture.
Like the
Torture.
The sword fight at the end of MGS 2 is mechanically better. It's not great, but it's mechanically better.
Just like you.
You're a strong woman.
Fighting them made me feel closer to you. I felt like you were there with me. It gave me the strength to go on. But I was scared.
I'm sorry.
Don't say that.
I'm still not entirely sure how, like, what the proper method for fighting the boss at the end of MGS3 is.
Thing I was sure of. A single hope that I held on to.
It's an awesome fight, and I love it thematically. I'm still not sure how you're supposed to do it.
Snake. I wanted to see you again.
Meryl. That's my codec.
Snake.
Thanks, Ninja.
Otacon, good news. Meryl's okay.
You are the guiding light in my life.
You saved her, man. Good job.
I got some bad news, too. We're about to be bombed.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best moments in the series.
I guess we're considered expendable.
Is there a way out of here?
A way out? Yeah. You can take the loading tunnel to the surface. There's a parking garage right next to you. The tunnel leads from there to the surface.
The door in front?
No. It's a small entrance to the west of that door.
How about the security?
I just unlocked it. Who do you think you're talking to? I'll take care of security along your escape route, too.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, the belief...
Me? I'll stay here.
Are you crazy?
I need a little more time to take care of your escape route.
But...
unlocking the security doors is difficult work. Only I can do it.
Otacon.
Don't worry. I'm
The
staying
belief...
here. It's my own decision.
Otacon, this is a hardened
There's
shelter,
nothing else
but
you
they're
can
going
do.
to use a surface-piercing nuclear bomb. It won't hold.
I'm through regretting the past. Life isn't all about loss, you know. Snake, I'm a complete person now. I've found a reason
Like,
to
there's
live.
nothing else you can do.
Good.
You can't move.
Don't die on me.
It's possible the planes that
Take care
are
of Meryl, okay?
going to be incoming to bomb the entire area are still there. So it's a case of, do you die anyway, or do you pull the trigger and move on because it's what you have to do?
Thanks. Well, that sounds nice.
I believe in you.
It's a cool idea, and it is pretty well handled.
Let's get the hell out of here.
What about him? Where's Otacon?
He's fighting right now.
You know, if there's one thing
To be the man
that I don't like about rescuing Meryl, it's that she calls Otacon Otacon.
and I don't want it to be in vain.
And for that, we should have chosen to give in to the torture. It's cool, Snake. I know you love Meryl over me. I knew we could never really be together.
Meryl.
Where is Otacon?
Snake.
You guys realize you're on a time limit?
It started.
To be fair, I find most of this ending kind of cringy.
Looks like we're not gonna have a love scene after all.
Looks that way. Too bad.
Let's get out of here.
Snake, it's freezing outside. You need some clothes.
There's my sneaking suit.
Hurry up.
You ever wonder why Liquid took our shirt off?
Hurry!
Twice.
Looking good, Snake.
You know, I've never heard of it referred to as heterosexual tension. That's an interesting descriptor.
Hurry! I'll drive. Damn, a surveillance camera.
Last thing, like 4 pretty much confirms that this is the canon ending.
Damn, no keys.
No, I know you were. It's just it's a funny term.
I got it, Snake.
Get out of here with your hetero tension.
Fire that machine gun with your weapon button. Shoot him, Snake! Snake, hold on!
Use the weapon button to use your weapon.
Uh-oh, Snake. Checkpoint.
Here they come!
We'll never make it! Okay, Snake.
You notice how the tunnel is very clearly well lit, but we can't see that far ahead of us? Like, there are clearly lights here.
We're not out of the woods yet.
Here they come!
We'll never make it! Snake, clear a path!
How about you just drive through? Like, honestly, what's stopping you?
You did it, Snake!
It's not over yet.
Not yet, Snake! It's not over yet! Liquid!
People are fleshy, Meryl. People are fleshy, Meryl. Like, goddamn, that's a quote. Oh, mind me, I'm just reenacting Rambo First Blood Part 2. Yeah. You see, what I'm gonna do, Liquid, is I'm gonna pretend you're the hangar with all the radio equipment. Liquid! Did I see that last Rambo movie? I heard it was really bad, and it sounded pretty bad. Come on. It feels like a weird idea for Rambo. It's like, what, you got tired of killing people in Central Asia and you decided to go for the Mexicans now? Yeah. This thing, like, Rambo as a movie had at least some kind of message. You can have goodwill and hope and, you know, try to do good as much as you can, but sometimes violence is necessary.
Meryl, are you okay?
Because of the world we live in. Also, we finished
Yeah.
the game. Nice.
Just a little shook up.
That's one sitting.
Meryl, can you move?
It's no good. I can't move.
What happened to Liquid?
Like, it feels like
I can't
the new
stand
Rambo movie is just cruel and vindictive.
Liquid's dead.
Thank you, Ninja.
Uh-oh.
Thank you for sticking around this entire time. Who else is here? Chance, Clem came in really early. Teak? I don't remember when Teak came in.
Snake!
Like, goddamn, you stuck with me the entire time. It's kind of crazy that I've been playing this for like 6.5 hours. It's crazy that you guys have been here watching me for 6.5 hours. Yeah, I should have probably been fairer to you and done it in like 2 sittings. So you didn't have to sit here for almost 6.5 hours now. By the time the credits are over, probably almost 7.
If he's dead, that means...
Don't say it, Snake.
There's always something you can do, Ninja. You can be playing your own games.
No stealth bombers in sight.
Well, you keep me company. I appreciate that.
Snake, can you hear me?
My throat is sore and I'm gonna go and down a gallon of water when we're done here.
What happened? The Secretary of Defense has been arrested. Early retirement.
Arrested?
I was able to get into contact with the President. Metal Gear, the training exercise, all of it.
I'm still pissed off that I had that death to Liquid.
Acting alone?
Like 3 alerts and a death.
In the nuclear strike.
The orders were rescinded. The F-117
No stealth
and the
bombers in
B-2
sight.
Spirits have returned to the base.
But how could we see them if they're stealth?
Authority over this operation.
I see.
Washington isn't stupid enough to use nukes to cover up a few secrets.
I wonder about that.
In any case...
Well, you'll see the continue on the results screen.
Thanks, Snake.
Colonel, you can rest easy. Meryl's fine.
See, don't think I died. The results screen is going to disagree with you, Clem.
Thank you, Snake.
I feel like every time I play this, I always get elephant rank.
I kept a lot of things from you.
It's okay, Colonel.
Snake.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like the ranking system in this game. I don't like the ranking system in this series.
For you. There's a snowmobile close to you. Mei Ling saw it on the satellite photos. This time of year, the glaciers are pretty calm. You should be able to ride right out of there. I'll bet the boys at the DIA and the NSA never expected you to come home alive.
Me neither. I better not show my face around here.
It's funny that in a game where you play as a character called Snake, you'd get ranked as Mongoose.
That's not too far from the truth.
Also, there's a helicopter waiting for you on Fox
I never go
Island.
for ranks anyway, just like personal challenge. Like no alerts is a personal challenge, no deaths is a personal challenge. I don't care about saves or rations.
I've got an insurance policy. A hard copy of all Mei Ling's data. As long as I've got that, you, me, and Mei
God,
Ling
that
will
was
be
so long
fine.
ago now.
The battery on these nanomachines will
Hope she's
run out
doing
soon.
okay.
They won't be able to follow us.
I guess we won't meet again.
Don't worry. I'll pay you a visit sometime.
Really? I look forward to that.
Roy, just tell me one thing.
What?
About Fox Die.
Meryl will be fine. She wasn't included in its programming.
What about me? It killed Liquid.
Naomi said that she wants to talk to you face to face about that.
How is she?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is with her right now. I'm switching over to Naomi.
I feel like
Snake, it's me.
personal challenge. Don't care about Meryl.
I heard about my
personal challenge, like
I'm sorry.
the time,
He had one last message
the stuff
he
I
wanted
actually
to
care
say.
about if I'm trying to do it good
He told me
is
to
the
tell you to
time,
forget about him.
the deaths,
And
and the
go on with
alerts.
your own life.
Rations and saves don't matter. And neither does enemies
He
killed.
also said he'll always love you.
Even with everything that happened in this playthrough, we never
just
killed
saved
anybody we
you,
didn't have to
me,
kill to progress the game.
And the whole world. He fought with every ounce of strength in his body.
Maybe.
Fun fact,
Maybe now he's finally found some peace.
if you submit to the torture and Meryl dies,
Ever since he fought with you in
you actually learn an
Zanzibar,
interesting
he's like a
revelation.
ghost.
It turns out Campbell
A
is
ghost
Meryl's
looking for
father.
a place to die.
You only learn that if Meryl dies, but it becomes an important plot point for their relationship in MGS4.
When am I gonna go?
That's up to you.
What do you mean?
Everybody dies when their time is up.
Yeah.
I hate
so
this.
when's mine up?
It's up to you how you use the time left to you.
But when's my time up?
Live, Snake.
You
That's all I can
programmed
say
it to
to
kill
you.
me. When is my time up? As far as I know, I'm gonna die in 20 minutes on this snowmobile and send it crashing into a ravine with Meryl on the back. When is
Each
my
person
time
is
up?
born with their fate written into their own genetic code. It's unchangeable, immutable. But that's not all there is to life. I finally realized that. I told you before, the reason that I was interested in genes and DNA, because I wanted to know who I was, where I came from. I thought that if I analyzed my DNA, I could find out who I was, who my parents were, and I thought that if I knew that, then I'd know what path I should take in life. But I was wrong. I didn't find anything.
Like, the idea that Snake could keel over at any minute because of this shit is so infuriating.
You can input all the genetic information, but that doesn't make them into the strongest soldiers. The most we can say about DNA is that it governs a person's potential strengths.
We're gonna do MGS2 at some point. I think MGS2 might technically be shorter than this.
To be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of
Might
life
be a little
they want to
longer.
live.
I'm not sure. The main theme of MGS2 is awesome.
Whether or not you're in the Fox Die program isn't important. The important thing is that you choose life. And then live. Don't you think, Snake? Don't worry. I'm going to choose life too. Until today, I've always looked for a reason
Do you think it's a funny bit of irony that Naomi's all like, you have to just choose what to do with the time left with you, that you have left, Snake? Choose life and live. And then Naomi gets cancer in MGS4.
Exist to pass down our hopes and dreams for the future through our children.
But to be fair, in MGS4, nanomachines
Living
are
is a
the
link to the
worst
future.
bullshit.
That's how all life works.
I'm not even going to complain about the way nanomachines work for Armstrong in Rising, because Rising is a ridiculous game anyway. But MGS4 wants you to take it seriously.
I finally realized it.
And Naomi's over there like, oh yeah, no, I've got cancer, but the nanomachines keep me alive.
Thank you, Snake.
And retconning Vamps, the explanation for everything Vamp does as being nanomachines, is just so fucking stupid.
Let's keep it as a reminder.
I hate it so much.
Of what? A reminder of a successful mission? Or the first time we met?
A reminder of how to live.
Huh?
Until
Let's
today,
keep this bit of cloth you
I've been living
found
for
as a
myself.
reminder of how to live.
Survival has been the only thing I cared about in my life.
That's not just you. That's how everyone is.
I only felt truly alive when I was staring death in the face.
Yes, it is.
I don't know. Maybe it's written into my genes.
What about now? What do your genes say about your future now?
Maybe it's time I live for someone else.
Someone else?
Yeah.
I had to actually put in a bit of effort to get close to the mic.
Maybe that's the real way to live.
With it currently being summer and I want the fan to be on, the fan is behind the mic, so I have to move the mic up
So, where to, Snake?
so it's out of the way so I can have the fan on without it constantly blowing on the mic. So I had to actually kind of get up and be like, yeah.
I think it's time we look.
Like, if it was autumn or winter, the mic would be lower down, I'd just have to move to the side. I'm like, yeah.
Will we find it?
We'll find it. I know we'll find it.
What are those?
Like, the arm's stupid. I'm not going to disagree. And the explanation for that entire thing is stupid. But nanomachines become such a catch-all plot device that it's like, what's the point of anything?
Spring brings new life to everything.
When the explanation for anything, literally anything, can be nanomachines, what's the point anymore?
The sky, the sea, the caribou, and most of all, you.
I think I'm gonna like this new life.
Come on. Let's enjoy life.
It's literally the sci-fi equivalent of A Wizard Did It. Yep. I think the problem was just creating a romance. And the romance really feels cliche and forced anyway. But then in a sequel, like, you've got to do something with it, because you've made a happy ending. And the way Kojima writes, you can't continue from a happy ending without ruining the happy ending. A good writer would expand on the happy ending to create something new, rather than just completely nullifying the happy ending. A comedy writer would nullify the happy ending in a fun way. Vanessa, my beloved bride, was a fembot all along. Yes, Austin, we know. Like that's like the best writing yourself out of a corner idea that I've ever seen. It doesn't even make sense. I love it. I think it helps that Eva and Naked Snake's romance doesn't end with them living happily ever after. So there's not really anything to undo there. Oh yeah, regrets. Regrets are entirely human. The idea that everything that pretty much everyone has done in Metal Gear Solid is for the sake of Big Boss, and then everything that the Big Boss did in Metal Gear Solid was for the sake of the boss. Like, we've not done Metal Gear Solid 2... We've not done Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, or 4 on stream before, so I don't really want to spoil them too much, I guess. Yeah, the original's kind of weird with that. It's going to have more live-action stuff after the credits are finished. Really weird. I do like this ending theme though. It's called The Best Is Yet to Come. Yep. Well, you thought they added something to the remake? Snatcher has been on the list for a while, Chanson, to be honest with you. Snatcher and Police Notes. Yeah, the Metal Gear Mark II came from Snatcher, didn't it? The little one that appears in MGS4. Yeah, unfortunately, I think Alice won that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think Alice ended up winning that poll, so I've got to do Alice at some point. I want people to feel like their votes were for nothing. Might have tied, actually. Let me check. Check on my phone while this is going on. I still have a poll on Discord. Oh, Snatcher and Alice are tied.
You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. The important thing is that you choose.
Yeah, I don't want to do Snatcher.
Life, and then live.
That felt completely pointless.
Yes, sir. The entire unit was wiped out. Those two are still alive. The Vector? Yes, sir. Fox die should become activated soon. Right on
And a
schedule.
musher. I mush dogs.
Yes, sir. I recovered all of Rex's dummy warhead data. No, sir. My cover is intact. Nobody knows who I really am. Yes, the DARPA chief knew my identity, but he's been disposed of. Yes, the inferior one was the winner after all. That's right. Until the very end, Liquid thought he was the inferior one.
So, I feel like this, in particular, nullifies the idea that Kojima has tried to put out that Liquid just doesn't understand genetics. It's not that Liquid doesn't understand genetics, it's that Kojima doesn't understand genetics. And that is reflected in the writing.
I'll keep her under surveillance. Yes, thank you. Goodbye, Mr. President.
That's how it works. Hyena. So there we've got, like, you look at that. Being found 7 times. We actually got an alert 3 times. All 3 times we're in the hangar. In the Metal Gear hangar. Which means the other 4 times, that's got to be after the DARPA chief climbing the communication tower, the elevator down the communication tower, and then the elevator after the furnace. They have to count, which is stupid. And it means that there is no possible way to get being found down to 0. There's no possible way to have enemies killed to 0. Yeah, we stopped and restarted the stream. It was having some issues early on. We've actually been recording now, because I have the stream recording while we're doing it, so the upload doesn't have to worry about that. And we're at 6 hours 47 minutes. Yeah, it does kind of bother me. It's another one of those things that I say, Teak, in that this game is pretty archaic. in its mechanics. MGS2 is going to be a complete non-lethal run. MGS3, I make no promises. I like slitting people's throats. Plus, I'll be playing MGS3 definitely on Xbox. And I don't think the Xbox has the pressure-sensitive buttons. That's the thing with the original, with the PS2 versions of MGS3. The PS2 controller has pressure-sensitive buttons for some reason. And so when you hold somebody up in CQC, if you push the circle button a little harder, you'll slit the throat. I'm not sure how they worked out on Xbox. As far as I'm aware, the only system that actually had buttons like that was PS2. I don't think the PS3 does it. True, I like to slit throats. That was Metal Gear Solid 1 in one sitting. Almost 7 hours. It's cooled down significantly since I started this. I don't know when we'll do MGS2. Possibly Monday, but I might want to take a break because we'll be streaming tomorrow as well. Because we have the Sunday stream scheduled.
Next generation special forces, being led by members of Foxhound.
I like this idea. I like the extra streams that we can do or not do, but then have the scheduled streams that we do, unless there are extenuating circumstances.
They'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have 2 mission objectives.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
First, you're to rescue
When was the last day I didn't
Donald
stream? It was
Anderson
Thursday, because I wasn't
and
feeling
the
great.
president of Armstech, Kenneth Baker.
It's only
Both are
3
being
days in a
held as
row.
hostages.
But if I stream on Monday, then that'll be 5.
Secondly,
Because we do Monday and Tuesday as well.
terrorists have the ability
And that's the real
to
thing
make
I'm
a
thinking
nuclear
of.
strike. And stop them if they do.
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
I used my night off to watch Knives Out on Prime Video.
After the SDV gets as close
I quite
as
enjoyed that. It was an alright movie.
From there on, you'll have to swim.
Then I watched Repo the Genetic Opera afterwards because
High-tech
it was on
special
like
forces
11
unit
o'clock.
Foxhound, your former unit.
I wouldn't call that a good movie, but I don't regret watching it.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity.
And I'm planning to watch the spiritual successor as well,
Psychic abilities.
which is also on Prime
Sniper
Video.
Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy octopus.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch it for a while, and I've started using my Prime Video recently. There's like stuff that's leaving Prime Video soon, and Repo the Genetic Opera was there. I was like, yeah, I've been wanting to watch this. So I did.
In charge of them, Foxhound squad.
Demolition Man is also there, so I need to watch that before they take it off Prime.
The man with the same
I've been wanting to
code name as
rewatch
you.
Demolition Man for a
The
while.
nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes, this is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
They have it doing Metal Gear Solid mostly right, while watching all the cutscenes is about 6.5 hours. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Well, that's going to do it for today. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Big special thank you to everybody who joined the chat and kept me company for this almost 7-hour long stream as we did all of Metal Gear Solid. That's Bane, Clem, Chansem, Teak. We had Star popped in, we had a couple of new faces, Skeeter and Ryan. Appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me company, guys. Chat is always the best part of the stream. And we can have some interesting discussions. Thanks for sticking around for so long as well. Super long stream, you guys have been here for ages. Which is crazy to me. Thanks for keeping me company, guys. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT, with Sonic 3 complete as we continue the Sonic Marathon. Metal Gear Solid 2 will be happening soon. I do want to do that.
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on
After
Shaun
how
Island in Alaska's
today
Fox
went,
Archipelago was attacked
I'm not sure
and
if we'll
captured
just
by
do that in
Next
one stream
Generation Special
or if we'll
Forces,
split it into two.
being led by members of Foxhound. They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss.
It's like we could do a stream of Tanker and a stream of Plant. The problem is Tanker's like an hour and a half and that's it.
You'll have two
We'll work it out.
objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA chief
Yeah,
Donald
I want to thank everybody who joined the stream again. Big special thank you to everybody who joined the chat. I always really appreciate it. Best part of the stream. Thanks for keeping me company, especially through such a long stream. And with that, I want to thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye bye. Bye bye. 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 Bye bye.
One-man SDV.
Likewise.